clock, nowhere else to go. That's what I need. Appetites getting quenched tonight. That's what I crave. Needing love. That's what I crave. That's what I need. That's what I crave. Needing love. Sweat that shines on your moonlit skin. That's what I love. Tangled hair, you pull up with a grin. That's what I love. A morning shouts, we both pass out. That's what I crave. Needing love. Crave. Need love.
Hello everyone. Welcome in. How's it going tonight? All binded up on some wires down here. Really should have checked that before I started. But we're back today. And as you can tell by the weird whooshing sounds, or the title, realistically the title, the thing in chat, any of it would have told you. We're playing the Infectious Madness of Dr. Dekker today. I haven't played this yet. I played a couple minutes of it when I first bought it on... We're playing it on the Switch, by the way, because that's the version I own. What are you gonna do? Also, this is the first time I've used my Switch for this. So, hopefully we'll see how it goes. I haven't played any of this, so feel free to backseat me a bit because it's a mystery and we're going to try to solve it, or at least mostly. But before we get started, something very important. My social media. We have the TikTok here. You can follow me for videos. We have Instagram right here, where you can follow me for photos of stuff. And we have Twitter, where you'll hear me talk about things, retweet stuff, and comment on video game stuff. Or, of course, you can follow me here on Twitch with... Nope, it's over here. This link here. Or not link, with this follow goal here. At 40, I will try some wine I made like 2 years ago. It's been sitting in my closet. Could be good. Could be botulism. I don't know. But I will try it live on air for the first time if we hit that follower goal. Amongst other things, like I think if we get to 40, I might make do like a community night where we'll all play some stuff, maybe the Jackbox games or something. Maybe Among Us. I don't know. I'm not particularly good at a lot of those games. So, or I'll let y'all pick. I'll post a poll, but you know, we'll figure it out. And then after that, we'll have the 50 subscriber affiliate run. But I have talked about it enough. Let's say we get into it. And as always, let me know if the
faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker?
I can see people's dreams.
I've set up an experiment.
My dad is trying to hurt me.
Quantum suicide. Have you heard of it?
If I concentrate hard enough, and I know when the person's going to be asleep, I can have the dream with them.
Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood.
It feels like the paintings are watching me.
Sometimes, when I walk through a door, it takes me somewhere else. Literally somewhere else.
God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman evolve. What was once chaotic becomes, well, more ordered.
It starts as a door-to-door saleswoman. Double glazing, probably.
Dr. Dekker, I think we both know what you dreamed about last night.
I've seen its silhouette changing through the window.
Because he thinks I'm evil.
I keep getting those.
Because I can see things other people can't.
On the basis the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time.
I did what you said, Doctor. They arrested me.
Which means that at any given moment,
Your
we
doctor
can
shouldn't be
choose
telling
to
you things
alter
that'll
our
get you
perception
arrested.
of the world, no matter how much chaos that would cause.
I thought you were supposed to fix me.
I'm telling you, it's eating people. And you're just laughing.
You're insane.
Listen to me. You're not listening.
Okay.
It's your only bloody job.
I was adjusting my mic stand. Speaking of, I finally got around to getting my
You're
store
late.
shooting.
And after all those promises, never mind, let's not keep the patience. You're late. And after all those promises, you're late.
You're
and after all
late.
those and after all those promises, never mind.
Who's this, like my office assistant? Act 1. Who are you?
Doctor, you're late. And after all those promises, never mind, let's not keep the patients waiting. And if you want anything, just... Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm not going to be here. The police still have some questions they want to ask about, you know. And then after that, I'm dropping in to see Ben. He's still in shock, and I thought we'd show we
The weird
care.
zoom-ins are kind of weird.
We do still care, don't we, Doctor? Good. Anyway, I hope you're all caught up on Dr. Dekker's tapes. I think Mariana is in first, but
are
I'm
we not
sure
Dr.
they'll all
Dekker?
become a blur by the end of the day. I'll see you later. Or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. I'll leave it to you then.
Huh. Alright. Who should we start with? We have Nathan. Mariana. I think I know somebody with that necklace. Huh. Elin. Claire. I like Claire's hair. And Bryce. Okay, we have questions. We have a notebook. Additional annotation idea. Star should follow up on this. Star. Definitely follow up with this. I'll remove star or star when I'm done. Okay. Wonder what he does for a living. Oh, are we... Oh, okay, that's the hint system. Okay, there's a typing interface. That's gonna suck. Okay. Start with Nathan, I guess. Tell me about
Dr. Dekker was a complex man. I spent a lot of time with him, but he won't remember it that way.
What? Why was Dr. Dekker complex? Shit.
I saw the conflict that Dr.
Playing
Dekker was
with
going through. Let's just say you might look back on your life and think there's nothing you would have done differently. No 2 days were alike for him in the end. Like he couldn't decide what to do with himself.
So I'm playing with a, Okay, so both of those are follow-up worthy. Why wouldn't Dekker remember it that way? What's wrong with you? Tell me about yourself. I feel like I want to keep asking about Dekker. Hey, how's it going tonight, Dapper? I'm
As far as
doing
Dr.
well.
Dekker was
How are
concerned,
you?
we had Monday, then moved on to Tuesday. But me, I had Monday 5, 10, 50 times before I got to Tuesday.
Welcome in. We're playing a little Infectious Madness of Dr. Dekker. Hey, Alicia. Gonna be lurking because I'm at work, but I'll pop in and talk if it calms down. Please do. No pressure though. Hope you have a good day at work. Thanks for hanging out. So I appreciate the lurking. Oh shit, thanks. I appreciate that. Hopefully I can be entertaining, because I'm kind of trying with an FMV game, which could go either way. Why wouldn't Dekker? Okay, so pretty much everything I should follow.
I saw the
with.
conflict that Dr. Dekker was going through. Let's just say you might look back on your life and think there's nothing you would have done differently. No 2 days were alike for him in the end. Like,
I wonder...
he couldn't decide what to do with himself.
I agree, it looks interesting, but FMV games are kind of like... It could be interesting, or it could just be, we're gonna watch a bunch of footage and hope for the best. But if you have any ideas and you can hop in,
He was like a kid in a sweet shop.
Feel free to.
He had so many options, he didn't know what to do. I suppose if you take too long picking, all your options run away.
You live the same day over and over again.
I watched that Bill Murray film, Groundhog Day, to see if there's any clues. To see if there's any clues. That's how bad it's gone. I'm looking for a cure in a Hollywood movie. Can you help me, Doctor?
I mean...
I don't know how.
I feel like telling him no would be kind of a
Doctor.
dick move.
This is our first time around, and I trust you.
Wait, how's it our first time around, then? And what do you know about the murder?
Dr. Dekker's murder was sudden. Brutal.
Okay, Dekker was the one that was murdered.
The doctor.
Okay.
2 weeks. 2 weeks I had of rolling days. No do-overs. No Monday. I wouldn't kill anyone, though. I'd have to keep doing it, wouldn't I? Few things seem to move me forward.
Okay, so it's not a Okay, so his Groundhog Daying isn't constant. Oh, you're getting blocked. There we go. I think it's neat I can give a reason. I didn't know I could reason ban people. That's fun. And
well, that's why you're here, isn't it? You've replaced him. He was a good listener. I hope you are.
Which don't bother hell me, because I know somebody who has a necklace. Why was he a good listener?
Dr. Dekker could really get inside you. It was, unsettling. But you let him do it. Part of the process, I guess.
Like... Not really giving much. Nothing really worth following up on.
I think you're supposed to tell me what's wrong with me.
Isn't that how it works? No.
The police keep picking me up for public nudity.
Okay, so you're a bit of an exhibitionist. Why have you been picked up for public nudity?
I black out. And then the next thing I remember, I'm naked on the beach. Like I've been washed up on shore. Nobody's pressed charges yet, but I can feel it. The police are getting suspicious.
Okay, so you're missing stretches of time.
I do suffer from blackouts, which is strange, as I can hold my breath for a really long time.
How are those two related?
But I'm not swimming before I black out. Dr. Dekker thought it was anxiety originally. Then he worked it out.
I don't...
He eventually decided it wasn't anxiety, but I'm not going to tell you his final diagnosis. We should have a fresh start. I don't want you influenced by the prognosis.
I feel like that's not... As somebody who's never gone to therapy, I feel like that's not how therapy works. Like,
I want to
a medical
stop
thing,
having
you
the
should.
blackouts. I want to stop waking up at the beach. I want to remember those entire evenings. Can you suggest anything that might help?
Wonder, like, does she self-medicate? Like, ever
I
tried
film
filming your
myself
blackouts?
doing lots of things, but it's not so easy to do when you're blacked out.
How short is GoPro? Like, when I was younger, the Hero 3 had come out. I had a little bit of extra cash, so I decided to buy one because I thought they were neat. I still think GoPros. I bought one, and literally one of the most fun things I ever did with it was wear it while I was like out drinking with friends one night, and we just literally like I was able to review the footage of all night drinking because I had it on like the cest rig. It was just dead center. It was actually kind of fun to go back and go, no, you said that. Said that stupid thing. Or, no, we argued for like 20 minutes about something dumb. Tell me about the beach. Can someone watch you when you black out? The beach might actually be...
I work for myself. I make bracelets from things I find on the beach and sell them online.
very beach-centric
I
life.
spend a lot of time at the beach. It's just way more relaxing than anywhere else. You should come with me one day. I can show you all the sights.
Ma'am, I am a professional doctor, and... Hold on, wait. My notebook says a thing. Perhaps sort of not going to the beach or have somebody watch or record her. His blackouts. Does she remember anything during sustained NA? That's a good point. Is there a way to ask these questions? Ooh, actually, yes. There's a text function. Now we can all see how bad at spelling I am. Jury? Yeah,
No,
much of that
nothing
sense.
like that. I usually
Okay.
wake up on my side like I've been sleeping. Sometimes I'm partially covered by seaweed.
Hmm. Let me check my notebook again. No injury. Remember was probably a good try. I wish I knew this game had a typing
By
function.
blackout, I mean I don't
I
really
would've plugged a
remember
keyboard into
anything
my
from the
Switch
time
and-
I black out.
I could have used a
I'm
keyboard.
lucky to be alive, I guess.
Okay, so she doesn't remember anything. Out. Stop going to the beach. Probably a good bit of advice. Stop going. I think during the break I'll be setting up a keyboard. To the beach.
I love the beach. Until somebody tells me it's gonna kill me, I'll keep going. Have you ever been addicted to something, Doctor?
That's not a good reason, lady. Do you
Dr.
suffer anxiety?
Dekker thought I had generalized anxiety disorder. GAD? Because of the blackouts. He thought I was breathing badly. Do you think I'm breathing badly?
I'm your doctor. Stop hitting on me. Weird. Your breathing seems
You
normal.
can check my breathing if you want. Do you want me to lie down? Can you tell just by looking at me? I'm not worried about it, just if you are.
Is there a breathing component to anxiety? Like, other than, like... when you have, like, panic attack or something, like, is there, like, a breathing component otherwise?
I'm not sure holding my breath too long is causing blackouts. I mean,
No, that sounds stupid.
it could, but I don't remember ever having a blackout when I'm holding my breath.
It'd be a loss of consciousness, not necessarily a blackout.
Will you do it for me? Will you watch me to see what happens?
Okay. Stop hitting on me. I'm your doctor. Awkward. Oh god, I can actually answer. Yes, I'll watch you, or no, I can't watch you. No.
Well,
There are ethics
that's not
here,
very
lady.
supportive, Doctor.
What do I look like, a jock strap? I'm not supportive at all.
I normally black out when I'm dancing.
Don't answer whether I
I
look
like
like a jock
dancing.
strap. I can't.
Do you like
handle that.
dancing?
Normally when you're dancing.
I dance a lot at nightclubs. I know most of the nightclubs around here. My favorite is the Pearl because they sell cheap vodka shots all night. I don't drink.
You don't drink? Oh. Hold on. Hold on. You don't get to say I go to a place because they have cheap vodka shots and say I don't drink. Vodka. DKA.
I don't have an answer for that.
It also would help. Definitely just spelled vodka wrong. Vodka. VODKA. That's how you spell it. I are smart.
I don't drink.
I elaborate. No, I want an elaboration on that because literally, maybe dancing.
You think my dancing causes my blackouts? No, I know it's the last thing I remember, but I don't think it's that. Sometimes I remember more, but I'm tired now. Is that it for today?
Yeah, I don't think any of that will really roast me. Does the green or yellow mean that I've kind of, like, examined all I can about that? Alright, I'm gonna assume the green means that I've... No, I don't like dancing.
Dancing is good for you in so many ways. Just turn the music up,
running, but I want to
close your eyes, and let yourself go. You should try it sometime.
I don't dance. Like, I don't like dancing. I don't want to dance. Alright, I think we've hit the end of what we can learn from her. Alright, who are you? What problem are you here for? Tell me about Dekker. We're gonna start with the hard
I've known
one.
a lot of doctors over the years.
Tell me about Dekker.
Most of them arrogant idiots who think nurses are just there to do their bidding, or worse. Dr. Dekker was different. He had a lot of time for me. He was interested in my problems.
Kinda sounds like Dr. Dekker didn't know, like, what a proper boundary patient and doctor is.
He was a bit offbeat, but yeah, I liked him. But then I like most people.
I don't like that look she just gave at the end of that, like, real sinister looking. What problem are you?
I started seeing Dr. Dekker a few months ago. I thought it would be nice to have someone I could talk to about work. It can get a bit stressful sometimes.
I mean, that's actually an extremely reasonable. Are you?
Elin, I'm 25 and I'm a nurse. God, I sound like I'm on one of those dating shows.
I would not have guessed 5, but you know. Probably a good follow-up on.
It can be sad sometimes. I don't like losing a patient.
That's good. That's generally.
But that's the job.
Good,
I don't get stressed about it or anything.
Like, you shouldn't be happy about losing a patient. Sorry for writing in your notes. Say hello to Elin for me. Let her know that Terry called for Jaya. Okay, I think Jay is my secretary. We're gonna finish asking our questions, then we'll tell her about Terry call. Are you lying about being... That feels a little antagonistic. Not gonna start. What type of
I work in a nursing home for the elderly. I basically do end-of-life care.
Oh, geez. Okay, I understand why that's stressful. What's end-of-life care?
The usual things.
That's
making sure the patients are comfortable, making sure they're not in any pain, and I talk to them. I keep them company. Some of them get pretty frightened about what's coming. Well,
scary.
Those of them that aren't out of it on meds. I comfort them.
Like, why are your patients frightened? Because death is scary. Like, that's a reasonable thing. Why are some patients out of it on meds? Because dying can be painful. Like, these questions aren't good questions. Are you lying about being... Mention dating. Try that out.
I'm not really looking for love at the moment. I'm sort of married to my work, but in a good way.
There's no good way to be married to your work. You can enjoy what you're doing, you know, all that. Like, Sorry, I had to fire off a text message real quick. Like, that's not good to be married to your... Like, you can enjoy what you're doing, you really take pride in how you work, but, like, you gotta have stuff outside of work. Like, that's not healthy. Why are some patients frightened? I guess we'll start with, why are they frightened?
Death is frightening, isn't it? Isn't it what everyone's afraid of?
Did they need the Dutch angle?
The great unknown.
Like,
no one should have to face that alone.
Not at all, but I 100% agree with you, and that's a reasonable...
I don't like it when patients are heavily sedated. Especially when there are alternatives, like herbal remedies.
Oh.
I mean, imagine if you only had a few days or weeks left to live. Would you want to spend it asleep?
Depends why I'm asleep. Yes,
I wouldn't. I'd want to see every sunrise and every sunset.
Like,
I'd want to feel every breath.
It's a heavy
Everything
topic,
gets more vivid near death.
That's a lovely, like, pie in the sky kind of idea. But, like, at what quality of life is that? Because if that quality of life is... I don't know if I'd want to be... There's a certain point where...
I'm a qualified herbalist. It's okay, you can laugh. Most people think herbalism is a joke.
Not all of it.
But I'd much rather help my patients sleep at night with valerian or passion flower than lorazepam, temazepam, or zolpidem.
I know the first one is real. I have no idea about the other. They could very well be.
It's not the job that stresses me. It's the people I work with, the other nurses.
That's accurate.
They're mean to me.
So, I'm not going to make a judgment on all nurses. But, like, Nurse, like most nurses I've met throughout my life, in my life tend to just be the popular girls from high school who ended up like going into nursing because it was a stable career and still act like the popular, which is unfortunate. I think you have to be fairly strong to be a nurse, like mentally, and like there's exceptions. My brother's girlfriend is. I just noticed in the top right corner there's a plus. And I'm wondering, like, oh, what does that tell me? Because I hit the plus button, it's literally just pause. You're telling me I can pause.
They call me the angel of death because so many patients have died on my shift. I don't think they mean it. Obviously, it's not my fault. It just seems to happen that way.
I mean, Angel of Death is not a, like, nickname so much as, like, a classification of a serial killer. How many patients have died on your shift?
3 last month. 3 the month before that, I think. But only 1 so far this month, so that's good. Although one of my patients, Hilda, I don't think she's got long.
Tell me about Hilda.
She's one of the crotchety ones. Always swearing and spitting at me. Never got anything nice to say. Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep or something. She doesn't bother me though.
Why are we in extreme close-up in that sentence? None about her does make me nervous.
Terry's one of the other nurses at the home. I don't think she likes me very much.
I'll write down her name to remember I don't trust her. Oh.
I think it's terrible what happened to him. So awful. No one deserves to die like that.
How did he? How long have you been seeing Dr.?
I'd been seeing him for about 9 months, I think.
A very non-answer. Alright. Oh, what does the dots mean? What do the dots mean? Okay, that doesn't help me. Help? Traffic light systems. Patients start out red and turn yellow when you've revealed everything you need to know. Oh. Okay, so I need to go back and ask more questions. Use keyword. Dekker was. I don't know entirely. Okay, so I've actually made it pretty far with here.
I'm Mariana. Are you feeling okay?
Okay, just because I didn't ask. What's wrong?
It's like those montages you get in movies. Time passes, you wake up, shave, if you feel like it, shower, get dressed. What's the point? You get this day over and over. Nothing changes. Am I in purgatory, Doctor?
I don't think you're. Why purgatory?
Because I'm stuck between this day and the next. Most of the time, anyway. Sometimes it looks different. Sometimes the bird song will change, or the weather will be less bleak, or that person who nodded at you yesterday doesn't do it today. But it doesn't usually change. You need a tragic event for change, like a murder.
We're gonna talk about that in a second. I want to show something off real quick. I got I've had this TV sitting like over there for a little while in my closet. I finally got around to getting a riser, put my laptop under it. So now I have a big old TV monitor my screen, which I'm excited to use. Or, so now it's like I can actually see definition how everything looks, which is fun. But yeah, like, all right. We're gonna ask him about murder. Murder. M-U-R. Murder.
Dr. Dekker's murder was sudden, brutal. It's terrible. But Doctor, 2 weeks. 2 weeks I had of rolling days. No do-overs. No Monday. I wouldn't kill anyone, though. I'd have to keep doing it, wouldn't I? Few things seem to move me forward.
Who killed Dr. Dekker? Who? Because now I'm like, who killed? So, a lot of these games, from my understanding, you don't have to actually type out a full sentence. Like, you can actually get away with just typing keys, which is why the first couple I typed were...
Dr. Dekker was a complex man. I spent a lot of time with him, but he won't remember it that way.
Also, I keep forgetting which...
I'm Nathan Peel.
The A and B buttons.
I'm a supermarket worker from, well, hell, really.
Hey, Nathan. Let's not be dramatic about it.
I didn't see the driver. It was my fault. I pulled out and the lorry just rammed me. Well, Hannah. She was sat next to me. I was in shock, obviously. And when I came to, she was so close to me. It was like she was trying to hug me. But it wasn't right. Not natural. Bits of metal pushing through her. That was 5 years ago.
Hannah? Who is Hannah?
My fiancée. My childhood sweetheart. We met at secondary school. She was head girl, I was the quiet one. She liked computer games, so I instantly fell for her. I proposed in Goldshire. She said she didn't date elves, so I leveled up to a human necromancer and asked again. Sorry, it's Warcraft? We spent a lot of time on there.
Dicks do dig necromancers. Okay, I accidentally took a screen capture. My bad. So you here because of an accident?
Been shrunk for that already. If I had that day again, I wouldn't make the same mistake. Hannah would still be alive. We'd probably have a family by now. I haven't had any relationships since then.
You haven't...
I was fine for quite a while after the accident. Well, being treated for depression. I thought I was cured. It was only recently after meeting Dr. Dekker that I had a strange deja vu. I'm exhausted. Doctor, is our time up? No, I can't move backwards any more than a day. I don't really seem to control it. It's generally always on. I have to try and change something to move forward.
That's interesting.
Most of my days a blur. I'm not sure if it's the sleeping tablets I'm on or just how I've learned to switch off.
I wonder...
We played World of Warcraft a lot together.
That sounds a little...
I guess it's not a cool thing to do anymore. But we had a lot of memories there. To be honest, It reminds me a lot of life now.
Just
The
a
same
reminder,
thing
I'm
over
down.
and over again. Bring me X bunnies to make a stew. Y badger teeth. Rinse, repeat. Maybe I'm just
Yes.
grinding life.
So, to be fair, that is a legit problem I have with a lot of those MMORPGs where it's like, here's a dumb mission, go collect 50 wombat asses. Bring them back to us. Like,
I'm
I don't
on
like that.
temazepam. Dr. Dekker prescribed them for me. He thought I would sleep through to a whole new day. I didn't.
Why do you
I'm not really
feel
fit for work anymore. I work in produce at the local supermarket. That mainly involves lifting heavy crates of fruit and veg into place for people to buy, and doing that over and over again. My muscles don't seem to have grown much. I think that maybe I'm not aging. When the day resets, I just reset with it. I used to be a builder.
I wonder.
57. Kidding. Just if you spent the whole day at the gym and then repeat that day and not go, you'd have achieved nothing.
Huh. What's my notebook? Ever tell her? Okay, I reckon I did tell her that person called. I don't. Sure though. Let's talk to Claire. Who are you? What are you
My
doing?
name is Claire Castleford, and as I'm paying a small fortune for these sessions, I'd expect you to be up to speed, Doctor.
Wow.
Being rich has its perks, but honestly, I would give it all up in a heartbeat if it could free me from this madness.
Okay, why are you that close? Why are you here?
Well, according to your predecessor, I'm a delusional psychotic with obsessive tendencies. Oh, and a history of violence. Sounds so cold when you put it like that, though, doesn't it?
I don't necessarily trust Claire. Why are you so every time? Tell me about
The most
that.
shocking thing about Dr. Dekker's death is that he didn't bring it upon himself. But then I hadn't known him for a very long time. Perhaps I was wrong about him. Though the fact that he drank so much is a good indicator of his mental state.
Dekker was a drinker. Did Dekker drink a lot?
I thought it was common knowledge that he drank. You could smell it on his breath when you got close to him. He kept a bottle in his drawer. Such a cliche.
He's the only person who brought up Dekker being a drinker. Tell me about your
Illusions. As in, seeing things that are not there. I'm not going to be any more specific. It's not true in any case. I'm not delusional.
What about your history?
To be fair, there was only one violent outburst. That hardly qualifies as a history of violence. And he provoked me.
Were you violent and did it happen in the past? That would be a history of violence.
I stabbed him with a steak knife. Shocking, isn't it?
I mean, why did you stab him
It
with
was a brief moment of temporary insanity. Or temporary clarity, I'm not really sure which. David had been having an affair with his assistant optician, Iris. How predictable. Not just the affair, but an optician named Iris.
We're going to ask a little bit more about Iris. I mean, yes, an optician named Iris is a hell of a thing, but...
Iris was David's assistant optician. Not anymore. No, not like that. I didn't kill her or anything. It's just that I changed the optician into a florist after David died. Optometry was his dream, not mine.
Did you kill David? David.
Keep up, Doctor. David is my husband.
Okay, I want to know more.
I'm obsessed with my husband. It's absurd, really.
Why is it?
Because he is here. And he shouldn't be.
Are you seeing his ghost? Why shouldn't
To
your
be
husband be here?
alive. He almost died.
How did he?
My husband is
almost
not a
die?
well man. We've been having problems for a while now.
I need to go back because, like, I'm confused.
Iris was David's assistant optician.
So,
Not anymore. No, not like that. I didn't kill her or anything. It's just that I changed the optician into florist after what happened with David. Optometry was his dream, not mine.
okay, she didn't say David was dead.
His health, if you can call it that, has been deteriorating rapidly in the last few weeks. I can't cope with caring for him anymore.
Okay. How has
Since
it?
our altercation, he's become less and less active.
Getting stabbed will do that.
His mind's become less and less active too. Such a delightful conversationalist at one time, now more of an enigmatic husk.
If you're gonna be an husk, at least be enigmatic about it.
David has trouble looking after himself. Sometimes I'll leave the lake house and he's just sitting in the rocking chair on the porch. And when I return the next evening, he's still there, just staring into the stars. He needs help, I know, but I can't hire anybody to care for him.
Why can't you hire somebody to care for him? I don't think she's being honest. Because didn't she?
David's not ready for company. I hope to take you to see him one day and you'll see for yourself.
Why do I got a feeling that if I was to go see David,
David's
I'd
staying
never
at the lake
return?
house. It belonged to my parents, but I don't use it much anymore. I have the main house to myself.
Does David need
Tried to
help?
hurt David once. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'm not proud of my behaviour, but I was very angry. It was a private matter, though. The police should never have been involved. I never used to get angry. Ever. If you're angry, you're not in control. Isn't that right? And it would be very bad for me to lose control. Let's save that for another time, shall we?
Threat.
I'm rich, but I'm not made of money, and I'm fairly sure my time is up. The police seem to think I'm dangerous. I'm only sitting here talking to you because I have a lot of money. Otherwise, there's no doubt I'd be thrown into prison for a very long time. That's why I need your help, Doctor.
Why do the police?
I assume they think I'm dangerous because I stabbed my husband.
Accurate. Okay, I kind of nailed that.
Suppose after
one.
what I did, there are
Go
people
me.
that might think I belonged in prison. What do you think, Doctor? Can I be saved with therapy, or should I be locked up like a dangerous criminal?
I don't trust her. I really don't trust her.
Dr. Dekker just had that look about him. You know what they say about us crazies. Takes one to know one.
Now, I kind of don't want her to be mad at me because I am a little cringe.
You have a lot of faith in your abilities. That's good. I look forward to being completely cured.
Alright, let's move on to Bryce. Who are you?
I'm Bryce Hemmings. You must be the new doctor. Did you know Dr. Dekker?
Okay, Bryce, calm down.
He was an antagonistic psycho. I hope you're not from the same school of thought. I didn't really like Dr. Dekker, and for quite a few reasons, actually. I'd rather talk about my own problems for now, though, if you don't mind.
What is your problem?
Originally, I was suffering with depression. Work was piling up, I kept missing deadlines. I wasn't used to all the failure. I got depressed.
What job do you do?
I'm a grave digger, Doctor. And people are dying quicker than we can bury them.
I feel like that's not a real problem. Why are
You'd
you
think
depressed?
being a gravedigger had its perks, but it can be very stressful. There's a trend going towards burial rather than cremation again, and as well as running out of space, we're running out of competent gravediggers. At least ones that can use a shovel, that is. I'm not feeling anywhere near as depressed as I used to, though.
I mean,
Not since I
realistically,
got
a
the extra
backhoe.
hour.
Sorry, what?
At midnight each day, time as you know it freezes. In my world, it just slows down to almost a stop. But I don't.
I didn't like
I'm
that.
free to wander around and do as I please. An hour later, normal reality continues. It's my very own midnight hour.
Huh. Mean by midnight?
It's a bizarre thing to know you have an extra hour every day. I rarely ever sleep until after midnight now, so I can appreciate the extra time. I get a lot of work done in that time. I'm completely caught up. The depression is no longer an issue.
How many graves can you dig in an
25
hour?
hours is a blessing for me.
I mean, unless you
But
have a lot of
apparently,
work,
it's
I guess.
not real, and I'm insane for thinking it is. What do you think, Doctor?
I mean, what do you
In
do
the
in
extra hour, I mainly catch up with work. It's a godsend. Sometimes I play chess against myself. It relaxes and strengthens the mind all at once.
And this guy's an actor. Like, capital A. But he's a little too damning it.
I thought it would be too early to make a diagnosis, but it's good you're having a go anyway.
Alright. Why is it hard to find
Henley
somebody who knows
Church, where I work, is located on an old Norman motte and bailey. You can't use mechanical diggers or excavators there in case you destroy a relic.
Okay, that answers my question. What sort of...
I stumbled across a relic myself. An ancient chess piece. A queen, I believe. The best chess piece. The most freedom of movement. But they took it away immediately and proclaimed the whole east side of Henley Church a protected site of archaeological importance, which means we're not allowed to use it until the archaeologists have finished. I wish I hadn't told anyone.
Y'all, I play too many horror games. I hear I found a relic chess piece, and all I can think is, that shit's haunted. Like, literally, my first thought is, oh, that thing's haunted. That's how that works. That chess piece is haunted, and that's what's causing all this.
Henley Church is relatively small. Well, for the number of bodies they expect us to pack into the ground, it's relatively small. The whole building was once owned by Scientologists, but they handed it back to the community as a tax break, I believe. Or they'd finished doing whatever it was they wanted to do with it.
It really annoys me.
I'm not sure I believe in any religion anymore. I used to believe in God, but not anymore. There are too many religions to pick from, don't you think?
I mean... No, there are not too
Then we disagree. Have you watched Zeitgeist, Doctor? Some of it is believable, and the part about most religions stemming from the same basic facts. It's more likely that they've all got it wrong than one of them has it right, in my opinion.
I don't disagree. That doesn't mean you're...
Dekker would say one thing and do another. He would push me to do things I didn't want to do. He was getting worse towards the end. I'm surprised he didn't kill himself.
I thought I heard the audio coming from somewhere else. Do you know anything about Dekker's murder?
Yes, Dr. Dekker was murdered. Quelle surprise. Murder does seem a bit harsh, doesn't it? And another grave to dig. I know as much about it as you do. Less, I would imagine.
I don't trust you either.
I like chess. I still play sometimes when I can find an opponent. There's nothing more satisfying than planning scores of moves in advance and then watching things unfold as you saw them. I shouldn't have told anyone about the Queen.
Why do you like playing?
I do like to be in control, but then I suppose most people do. Nobody wants life to carry them along helplessly. Everyone wants to kick against it and make their own way. Do you like to be in control, Doctor?
No. Well,
if you
yes,
like being in control, you'll have a tough time here. I saw it with Dr. Dekker. Such control, such stability. But he unraveled at the end.
Oh, something's happening in the pause menu. Oh, next day. Oh, I wonder if that's because I've, like, used up all of... I've done all of the... Like, pretty much everyone has the same thing up.
That's what Dr. Dekker would say.
Ooh. I still have a good amount of, Tell me about Dekker.
Dr. Dekker was fine. He had good relationships with his patients, as far as I know. I'm not sure why anyone would want him dead.
How long have you been a patient?
I've been a patient here for 3 months. Today is my patient birthday. Do I get a cake or something?
Why do you hold
I hold my breath when I'm swimming underwater. Most people do.
Not awkward.
Sometimes, if I'm really excited, I'll hold my breath accidentally, just for a few seconds. I don't know why.
That is bizarre. Do you ever find your clothes?
I never find my clothes. I don't know why I'm naked.
That's a good point, Notebook. Is your hair wet when you wake up?
When I wake up, my hair is dry, but it's pretty hot at the moment. I get baked quickly by the sun. It's possible I've been in the sea during my blackout.
Your hair. And if it's hot. Why do you think?
I guess people see me and call the police. But someone will take offense eventually, and I'll be charged with indecent exposure.
How does all this make you feel?
Like you're not listening.
That did not yield. Yes, you can have a cake.
That is so sweet. Thank you, Doctor.
No, I've never been addicted.
That's a shame. You need to have a passion for something, Doctor.
Don't romanticize being addicted to stuff. That's not good.
Wow. Let's get straight to it then. I'm not sure I feel comfortable speaking with you about that at the moment.
How did Dr. Dekker unravel?
He couldn't keep control of everything, of everyone.
Sorry
He
about
just
hopping around.
set us up like
I don't
dominoes,
know
but
what
we
I'm
all
doing. I'll be
toppled in
open about
unexpected ways. You'll find it all out in time, Doctor. Just not today. Can't have your head exploding, can we?
What do you mean? Okay. I reckon we'll go to the next day. Yes.
Oh, Doctor, glad I caught you. I thought you might want to hear what Ben had to say. Quick catch up?
Ben. Tell me about Ben.
I'm not sure Ben will be coming in for a while. He's still pretty shook up about finding the body. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often in the line of work he's in. Anyway, he said he found the body at exactly 20 minutes past 10. For some reason, the first thing he did was look at his watch. That's all he'd say before he'd shut down. The police weren't very talkative either.
Who's Ben?
Sorry, didn't you know? Ben's one of the night shift cleaners. I'm sure he's got
Okay.
some tales he could tell.
And Ben
Yes.
found Dr. Dekker's
Ben
body.
found Dr. Dekker's body on Valentine's night in his office. In your office.
How well did you
I
know
wouldn't
Dr.
say
Dekker?
we were best friends, but we did spend a lot of time together. There's only two of us that work here. I'm sure we'll become friends too, Doctor. Just try not to get murdered.
Sort of Valentine's Day to ask patients where they. Probably a good idea.
Yes, you know, the 14th of February, the day of love. Or remembering a massacre. Whichever's more you.
There's also the werewolf orgy thing, but let's not get in.
The police wanted to know what I was doing Valentine's night, you know, when the body was found. I was at home, all on my lonesome. So I guess that makes me a suspect. I think the police want you to make a short list of suspects, or maybe even find the killer. You're seeing all the patients that were on the books when he was killed. There was no forced entry, so they think it might be someone he knew, or someone who had access to the office. Yeah, like little old me. Do you think I'm a suspect, Doctor?
Oh, definitely. Also, where are your shoes?
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. I suppose everyone's a suspect at the moment, even you.
Your shoes at work.
They did mention I needed grief counselling, though, and I said you'd sort me out. I know you didn't agree, but I thought I'd let you know. That's very kind of you.
Yeah. You know how Dekker was killed?
I don't know exactly, but a stabbing of some kind. We'll be getting the autopsy
Stabbing,
through at some point. I'll let you know when.
Wonder who else we know has a history of stabbing. I would have.
He was stabbed, so that's quite a personal thing to do. I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the patients who had a problem with the treatment they were getting.
Did Dekker have any?
I wasn't really in his social circle, so I don't know if he had any friends. In terms of enemies, I heard things get heated in his office sometimes, but I won't name any names.
No, please name names. Maybe you should name names.
Susan, Annabelle, Melissa, there are some names, but they're not names of anyone I know.
Susan, Annabelle, Melissa. Those aren't patients that we've...
I'm just surmising. If you're unhappy enough to kill your therapist, they're probably not doing a very good job.
She's not wrong. Like, that's the thing. She's not wrong. Like, you shouldn't... Like... Don't stab people, obviously, but, like...
I didn't see it myself, so I don't know. But I heard it was a bit of a mess with all the blood and everything. They have people who clean up after such things, though, so you really can't tell, can you? But don't worry. That's a new chair.
I hear there's good money in that.
All I know is the police took his chair. Forensics, I suppose.
That tracks. Okay. We are gonna ask her about specific people we have. That works.
I'd like to help, but I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Claire.
That's a good question. I just wish I knew the answer.
Okay, I don't think I'll get anything asking her. What was Dekker doing on Valentine's Day? God damn it. You know what? We're just gonna next day it. Yep.
I'm having a loop day.
Okay. Nathan is having a loop day. What do you
It's
mean?
a do-over day. You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again?
Yeah.
You didn't know that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah?
You met Hannah playing World of Warcraft.
No. No, we played that game together, but we didn't meet in it.
Met Hannah at school then.
Well done, Doctor. Yeah, we met at secondary. Wouldn't it be funny if my day loops if you fail to get a question right?
That would be an interesting gameplay mechanic. And no, it wouldn't be fun.
I agree.
Okay, so I'm going to need to pay attention to what Nate has. Okay. I reckon this is just a screen for me to, like, check my notebook.
I'm having a loot day.
Oh, I got it wrong. What do you mean by
It's
loop
a
day?
do-over day. You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again?
Yeah, it is my assistant.
I suppose you did remember that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah? Yeah, at secondary school. It's been fun, but I've got a pill.
That looks like a Necco wafer. What pill?
Dr. Dekker gave me this pill. He told me if I took it, I'd never have another loot day. It's got a small skull and crossbones on it. Should I take the tablet, Doctor?
Absolutely the fuck not.
You're cool. I don't think this is getting us anywhere, though. I'll see you tomorrow. Again.
Huh. Did I fail that? I think I failed that. Am I?
I'm having a loot day.
It's, yeah. What do you mean by loot
It's a
day?
do-over day. You won't remember.
Jaya is my
Well done.
assistant. Anna in school.
Yeah.
Tell me
I
about
never
it.
mentioned a pill this time, or a tablet. What the hell is going on here? Are you reliving my days?
Yes. I like how I'm annoyed by this. What do you think I'm reading?
Something somewhere has changed since you arrived. Like some kind of sim theory.
Or sim theory?
It's a thing. Some professor believes we could be living inside a computer simulation, and someone is controlling us. And there are millions of these sims. And someone somewhere behind a keyboard is just causing havoc. I'm starting to think you have that keyboard, Doctor. Wait, don't answer that. I don't want to know.
Why is it suddenly letterboxed like that?
Midnight each day.
On Valentine's night,
Time as you know it freezes.
20 minutes past 10.
Keep up, Doctor.
Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep.
I'm a grave digger, Doctor.
I was at home,
David is my husband.
all on my lonesome.
Stabbed him with a steak knife.
Nothing changes.
I'm a qualified angel of death.
When I'm dancing,
You get this day over and over.
Hilda.
Qualified angel of
I
death.
black
I
out,
don't think she's got long.
And Laurie just...
naked on the beach.
Hannah.
Is that it for today?
I've got this. Some more. I was hiding away.
Ooh. Deja vu. Are you sitting in exactly the same place I left you last night? Oh, that's where it all starts, Doctor. Anyway, do you think you can fit me in today? Looking at the diary, it's just the usual suspects, and you must be getting sick of them already. I've got this for you, too. It's some more footage from Professor Alderby that was hiding away. Well, come find me if you need anything.
Interesting. All right, who do we have today? Nathan, Mariana. There. Jasmine. Don't recognize Jasmine. And Lacey. Don't recognize Jasmine or... If evidence now, let's take a...
Nothing, of course. The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker? Him, God, the great old one, the elder god, Cthulhu, however you address him. Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job! Well, Let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood. God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman evolve. What was once chaotic
Logan, thanks
becomes
for following.
more ordered.
I appreciate that.
Without chaos, he has less power. When there's too much order, he becomes impotent.
Real quick.
So he needs to instill chaos again. And do you know how he does
As soon
this?
as I can,
No! And
I can see how you can think it was Jeremy Clarkson.
You're being too granular. He needs chaos so he can return, and the only thing stopping him is you. Not just you. You and people like you. Psychiatrists,
How are you doing
doctors,
tonight?
nurses.
How's your day going?
Anyone who is caring for people who are losing their sanity. You have no comprehension how important your job is, do you? He doesn't need your version of insanity to spread. He needs chaos.
Point, I'll give you a shout out.
It's not the same. It's just a means to an end. They're not all cultists, unfortunately. Once you see the truth, it's hard not to spread chaos yourself, to cause further insanity and harm your own. I doubt it. But can I make you question your reality? Definitely. But in doing so, I would be promoting more chaos. On the basis the central component of our universe is
going all right.
chaos.
Trying to solve a murder and
Science
being
can
a very bad
only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time. As by definition, chaos is unpredictable from one moment to the next.
Weird amalgamation.
Which means that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world.
I definitely see where you're going with that.
No matter how much chaos that would cause. In 10 seconds' time, there will be no gravity in this room, and we will float.
This dude's just kind of ripping through all of the...
3, 2, 1. You think nothing happened. But where's your glass, Doctor?
Okay. That was way longer than I thought it would be. We're gonna give,
What in the loving... Are you friendly?
What do you play in here, Oh, Elden
No,
Ring.
no,
Okay.
no, no,
I recognize
no,
that big,
no, no.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, that seems about right for Elden Ring. I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but that seems about right. And while I'm thinking about it, because I completely forgot, we're also going to throw a shout out for Dapper.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and get the ball rolling.
But anybody in the sound of my voice, both of those are two great streamers y'all should follow and visit when they're on. I'm so enamored with that new little tool I got, by the way. That little, like, Twitch Guru shout-out thing. I love that. It's so much fun. But yeah, I haven't played Elden Ring yet. I don't know if I will, be honest with you. See how Time Loop here is doing.
Hello again, Doctor.
But it looks
I had a bit of a shaky loop incident.
Every time.
But let's not talk about it.
That's all
Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes.
It's just very evil. I mean, that makes sense. I can.
I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. It's just the clothes.
Like,
I've decided to burn those yesterday.
All those
so
software games.
Here I am.
Like,
Hannah loved clothes.
You gotta be real
Every season,
good at
she'd
it,
donate her
pay
entire
attention.
wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved.
Like,
I was left with winter.
Like I was
I
doing.
don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter?
I was doing just a fun.
What's your
run of
favourite season,
Resident Evil
Doctor?
Last night. It's one of my favorite games, and I had a TV or YouTube videos on one monitor playing, and it's like I couldn't do that if I'm playing like Elden Ring. Like having something on in the background I feel like would just screw me up entirely for playing Elden Ring or like any Souls game. I would just get immediately murdered. I like autumn.
I thought you'd be an autumn person. That means you're supposed to be grounded and productive.
That's a
and you like your space.
I do like my space, though.
Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back. The memories of Hannah. In his opinion, I was holding on to the past. So I guess he cursed me. If that's even a thing.
I mean, cursed you?
Yes, Dr. Dekker cursed me. I don't really want to talk about it, but let's just say I blame him for the way I am. Can you give me some advice, Doctor?
Yeah, don't take any wooden nickels.
I was at Henley Church on Valentine's Day, visiting Hannah's grave. It was the anniversary of her death. Her parents wanted a huge funeral with all the trimmings. Hannah would never have come for it. It does give me somewhere to visit. I got to write the epitaph.
When did you
I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder?
Yes.
Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
I tried. Nathan apparently time loops, according to him. And possibly the game. The game also kind of leads it to where it's possibly real time looping. But he groundhogs days unless something big happens to him. I don't think he murdered Dekker anymore. Because the timing of that doesn't. What advice
I've
do you
been
need?
trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs. I've got them in Dropbox anyway. But setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair. She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair.
Why is
which
a
I've not
fire
sat
a
in
thing?
since.
So
Which one do you think's best?
Hannah is Nathan's fiance who died in a car accident. And he needs to do some kind of big event to
We walk alone
move forward
without
stop
our
being
angel.
today. That didn't give me much strength. Are you religious?
I'm not religious, but when I wrote Hannah's epitaph, I knew her parents would want some acknowledgement of the great bearded one. But she was an angel to me.
Lily F.
She was an angel to everyone.
Got you. I feel like I am far too old for that is too old of a joke for most people yet. It just illustrates how old of a person I am. Do you feel
Been alone
lonely?
since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else?
Yeah, get back out there. You know, meet some people, do some. What were you doing at the time of Dekker's murder?
It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation.
Pardon me. All of them have kind of like this same, like, the lighting's not good. The framing's kind of weird. Kind of a bitch. I think the framing's crooked, actually. Like, I'm looking at the baseboard, and I think it's crooked. I don't think it actually comes out, or it isn't level in the frame. Like, it's slight, but I think it's off level. That's gonna bug the hell out of me. But yeah, no, like, everybody's a little, like, overacting or underacting. No, look when you're ready.
Yes, Doctor. I appreciate that. I still don't think I'm ready to move forward in that respect.
Yeah, that's understandable. It takes a lot to be vulnerable, but... burn the rocking chair.
Fire to the rocking chair. I never like the way it moves forwards and backwards. Forwards and backwards.
Yes, that's the rocking chair, yes. Tell me about your mother.
She's dead. Thanks for bringing that up.
What's your favorite
I like
season?
winter. Being snowed in with Hannah, just the two of us. That's paradise.
Like I said, I no longer think Nathan did it. I actually think his alibi is pretty legit.
She was interested. Maybe I misread. Maybe she was just being kind. I suppose most women wouldn't enjoy me talking about my dead ex for hours.
What's a cephalopod?
It's a sea creature, like an octopus.
I
suppose they
wonder-
find dinosaur bones everywhere. Just because we're on land now doesn't mean millions of years ago this place wasn't at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, it most definitely was. Like, that is a very reasonable assumption. I think that's enough of Nathan for a minute. Let's move on to Mariana. What can you tell me about Dekker?
We went out for drinks. Didn't you
That's
know?
all right.
He said it was a breach of something or the other, but
Yep.
I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
They're making a bunch of Cthulhu reference. Her necklace, the weird Stephen Fry guy, hemming and hollering about, yeah, I don't trust her. She's lied to me, like, a lot. Did you guys
Yeah,
go out for
drinks. I think Dr. Dekker ordered neat whiskey. I had water. I don't drink.
How convenient. Why did you have drinks with Dekker?
I guess it was a couple of days before Valentine's Day. It wasn't a date or anything. I noticed in our sessions that he'd been acting a little strange. He just didn't seem right. I wanted to find out what was wrong.
What were you doing on Valentine's Day?
I didn't do anything on Valentine's Day. I washed my hair and then I walked along the beach for the whole night. It's actually true. I saw one of your patients, actually. The nurse. She was on the pier with someone. Pretty much all of the night, too, so I can vouch for her, even though she probably didn't see me.
Oh, we'll check. This is... For some reason, it's therapy/interrogation. And, you know, like you do. How are you
I know, it's pretty hard to believe, isn't it? I feel pretty ugly. But I think I have a nice smile.
You're not ugly, but I also...
Lots of
feel
people
like
find me attractive, but I've seen something truly beautiful.
I swear to God, if you tell me some giant
Makes
sea
me feel
creature
dull by
monster-
comparison.
What
I
beautiful
have
thing.
a recurring dream where I find something beautiful in the sea.
Is this literally gonna be Cthulhu?
But I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secrets.
Sorry to cut in, Doctor. I've just had a phone call from a solicitor. Ben's trying to sue us for nervous shock. Should I go and see him to talk it out, or should I find a solicitor to represent us? Sorry to be pushy, I just think we should act quickly before it's too late. Okay, well, just let me know.
Interesting. Rich?
Wouldn't you like to know? Is our session up now?
Alright, I need to look up how to spell Cthulhu. I realized I don't actually know the correct spelling of it, and I feel like the game isn't gonna... There's my, GT. U. L.
Sorry, no. I think your button's undone. I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts. New doctor and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker.
How did Dr. Dekker misbehave?
Dr. Dekker dated his patients. That's not good behavior, is it?
Also, I'm pretty sure that's like real frowned upon. Like, remove your license kind of frowned upon, at least in America. Like,
I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman.
oh, almost.
I guess
100%.
that's
like,
how he liked them.
She definitely has a certain uses that to kind of manipulate people, I think, or like get what she wants, not necessarily
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session. I've kind of missed it.
Yeah, nah, I think it's kind of implying it's why
You do something a lot, you're gonna miss it. I suspect I'll go back there soon, but it's helped with the blackouts.
Okay, cool.
People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me. We had a lot of things in common, but
Yo,
we
you
weren't
might be
seeing
right,
each other.
Logan. Like, I definitely think it's going that way. Someone at the moment. I don't want to ask that.
Some girls say that they're washing their hair when they don't want to go out, but I was genuinely washing my hair. Do you think my hair's pretty, Doctor?
Don't change the subject. Don't change the subject. Ooh, I don't want to call her out on it.
I'm insecure, Doctor. Isn't it obvious?
I swear to God, if she just starts going, I'm gonna be so mad. Because I feel like it's going that way. It has that kind of energy.
I've danced around in my living room, but no clubs since last time. I like dancing around in my underwear.
I'm gonna hop off camera and
Sometimes
mic for a
less.
second to blow my nose. Give me 1 second, y'all. Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go.
I'm not seeing anyone at the moment. Are you offering, Doctor?
There we go. I was hoping that was longer. No, I'm not
It
offering.
sounded like an offer to me, Doctor.
Yeah, well, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I don't want to comment on her hair at all. Can I just not game? We're gonna move on to Elin. What were you doing on Valentine's Day night?
Actually, I had a hot date. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date, different to what I'm used to.
What are you used to?
It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know?
So you had whiskey?
Dinner at a nice restaurant. Then we went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss. Then he called a cab and I went home, alone.
I've never heard somebody sound so excited to be like, I went home alone. What time did you get a cab?
I think it was about 11 when I left Max. I'm sure you could check with the taxi company if you really wanted to. If you think I need an alibi.
Oh, don't worry. I will, Angel Death. I should probably have her do that. How are you?
I haven't had a great day, to be honest. Someone accused me of stealing from my patients, which I would never do. Plus, Hilda's getting worse.
What were you accused of stealing?
This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died.
Yeah. What gifts? Nope. How do I get back?
This? Well, it started with this.
I wanted the other.
It's a locket. Alice.
Oh, I could have just hit
I have a few other things. A watch, a ring. One patient gave me a little china bird. They're not valuable, just trinkets, really.
So, mostly.
Strictly speaking, all of the patient's belongings should be passed on to family members after they die.
Yes.
But Alice's son never visited. He didn't care about his mum. Why would he care about some worthless piece of jewellery? It just doesn't feel right to me.
It is.
What do you think, Doctor? Am I wrong to keep the locket?
Like, really not her place to decide. I do kind of think it's wrong to keep the locket.
I don't see the harm. Alice wanted me to have it. You and Terry and all the other nurses just don't understand.
Well, she's a nurse, so more than likely.
Hilda's the one I mentioned in our last session. She's dying. I can tell. I need to see her before it's too late.
Is it because you're killing her? Huh? Ilin? That is your real name? What do you need to see?
Help her finish her unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way.
I mean, life is one big loose end. Like, you're never going to wrap up everything.
Hilda wants to see her daughter. She's in Australia, so I'm going to have to use my talent.
I'm sorry, your talent?
I can change my skin. What I look like. I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just, hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them. It's how I help them move on. That's how I comfort them.
Oh. Hold the fuck on. What? How does it comfort them? Not.
I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any interest in using it as a party trick or to deceive anyone.
I feel like there are more questions to be asked about shapeshifting. That is a bold ass claim that you not get without it being like questioned.
I've shifted a few times now. I honestly couldn't tell you how many.
Did that unlock? Oh, that didn't unlock it.
Yes, I had a session with Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was... I still can't get over it.
I mean, he was found at 10:20, so...
Of course, it was Terry that accused me of stealing. One of the other nurses. She's actually trying to make out that I'm some kind of HSK.
HSK?
Healthcare serial killer.
Well, you did kind of...
You know, like
they
those
call you an
nurses that
angel
kill
of
loads
death.
of their patients.
That's a
I'm surprised you
literal...
haven't heard of it. Anyway,
No, the term they
because
use
a
is
few of
angel
my
death.
patients have died on me, and some of those patients have given me gifts, Terry thinks it means that I've been killing them off.
There's a story in that. Who's your
His
date?
name is Max. He's really sweet, but I don't see a future between us. He's not really my type.
Tell me about it.
I've known Max a couple of years, but this is the first time we've been on a date. I don't think he's boyfriend material. Dr. Dekker seemed fine on Valentine's Day. He seemed to be in a good
She
mood.
could have killed him.
It didn't seem like anything was bothering him.
I want to know more about the shapeshifter. I feel like this doctor is taking the shapeshifting claim in stride.
I can sense it, you know?
No.
It's like when
It's not a normal human
you're
thing.
outside and there's a sudden change in the light or the air feels different and you know it's going to rain. It's like that. I always know when one of my patients is fading, even before the doctors know. Their energy changes. It sounds silly when I put it into words. I sound like my mum.
Like, what were you doing on Valentine?
The day Dr. Dekker was killed, I had a session with him in the morning at my usual time, 11 o'clock. That was the last time I saw him. Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't refuse. I'll be taking it to the grave with me, though. As did he.
Why does everything you say sound like a threat, lady?
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today.
Christ.
I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died.
Did you murder your parents?
I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's
I think you
peaceful
killed her
there.
parents.
It's the place that makes me feel the most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick. I don't know why I talked to her. She looked sad. I don't usually talk to children, but she seemed
Your children
different.
run from you because you seem
Special.
scary.
I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I, Doctor?
Why was your
David
girl
had been
sad?
hunting again, and, well, she's seen some of the skins he hung around the lake house.
What skins did?
Animal skins. David hunts, then skins. It's horrible, really. He's not really good at either job, so the skins still have great lumps of bloody carcass hanging off them. I'm sure he'll get better with practice.
Well, David, needed people to take care of him.
They died of carbon monoxide poisoning. I was staying at a friend's house. Otherwise, I would have died too.
How convenient.
David wasn't there. Or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was missing. Good. It felt nice. I felt like I was being nice. I felt human.
As opposed
So I can find her and talk to her again, Doctor. Then I will. I'll look for her next time I'm there.
seemed oddly happy.
I don't know. I suppose she just reminded me of me. I spent a lot of time alone as a child. She said she was trying to catch some strange creatures that she's seen in the water.
More strange creatures in the water, huh?
I don't know.
A lot of these.
Minnows, probably. Everything's strange when you're a child.
You're not wrong.
It was 12 years ago. I was still very young. Too young to be an orphan, anyway. I had to toughen up quickly.
How did you...
Met isn't the right word. David has always been there, in the shadows, on the periphery. I move in very exclusive circles. You tend to see the same faces.
I feel like...
I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine.
Okay. I feel like that's a weird way to describe a person. Always in the shadows, always on the... Like, I get how accurate that can be, but it feels like a weird way to describe somebody you marry.
Love? Yes. I suppose I always will.
Interesting. What were you doing on
Valentine's Day night, I was at the lake house, watching David, like I always do.
So, David can corroborate.
He has trouble with his mental faculties and is getting worse.
Once again, getting stabbed will do that.
I watch him and make sure nothing bad happens.
How are you today, bro?
There's something I want to tell you about. Something else that's wrong with me.
Are you also a shapeshifter?
I think I've been getting a bit out of control in my hour.
Did you murder Dr. Dekker?
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground?
What would I do with an extra hour? I wouldn't go to a fairground, because it's midnight. I mean, I'd like to think I'd help people. I have no interest in things. I don't really want to stuff. How are you going to spy on people? Time is frozen. Not catching them doing anything. What am I going to do? Wait for somebody to log into their email address? Hope they do it at midnight and then go through it? Like, I reckon I'd try to help people.
I did think, what good could I do, other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse snatched, so I gave her purse back, and the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I have no idea where it was going.
That's good.
She'd never really be able to thank me, so...
They ain't about to thank Stu.
I took another picture.
Sorry, another picture. Tell me about the pictures. Tell me about the pictures, Mason. I'm getting... L... D... Oot. A boy. Out. A pic. Tell me.
I don't really know about that. Nope, I've got nothing.
You brought it up.
Ha! That was just an example, Doctor. I'm sure you can come up with more exciting things to do than that.
Of course I can.
Yes, I would steal too. And I have stolen.
Lock 'em up, boys.
I ran out of milk, so I thought I'd go to the local all-night shop and get some more. I was absolutely intending to pay, but when I got there, everyone was frozen. I thought about leaving money on the counter, but that seemed weird. The cashier would wake and suddenly this money would have appeared from nowhere. But I've stolen bigger things.
I would like to follow up on all of those. Photo,
Well,
bigger thing.
that makes me feel a little better.
It shouldn't.
There's a young mother, divorced, who lives opposite me.
Bro.
Jessica. She's friendly and says hello to me, smiles. I've always wondered what she looks like naked. So 1 hour, I broke into her house. She was standing in her bedroom. I took it as a sign. I took off her clothes and...
Not cool. Is that the only one I can follow up on?
I took photos of Jessica when she was naked. When I'd stripped her. When she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor?
If you have to ask it, probably. Yes.
I know. It's that bloody Dr. Dekker. He made me this way. It's all his fault.
How did Dekker make?
Like I said, I originally presented with depression, and everything was going well for a while. Then Dr. Dekker changed.
How did Dekker?
He was easily distracted during sessions, like he wasn't listening. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening half the time. I don't think he wanted to know about his patients anymore. But when he did give you advice... He told me to use my imagination, to make something up, to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it.
So, I wonder, did Dekker... Dekker, like... Power? Alright, y'all. We've been going about 2 hours now. So I'm going to take like a 10-15 minutes. Fill up my drink cause out of coffee. And hook up a keyboard instead of typing. I will be back in about 15 minutes or so. Alright? I will be right back.
My long legs with heels so high, that's what I crave. Deep red lips that are puckered wide, that's what I crave. You swing those hips and it gives me fits, that's what I crave. Needing love, you and me, all alone, that's what I need. No ticking clock, nowhere else to go, that's what I need. Appetites getting quenched tonight, that's what I crave. Needing love. That's what I crave. I crave, needing love. Sweat that shines on your moonlit skin, that's what I love. Tangled hair you pull up with a grin, that's what I love. A morning shouts, we both pass out, that's what I crave, needing love. Crave, need love. Crave, need love.
Helps if I have my mic on and pointed at me. So, I didn't show it off at the beginning of the stream, but I can show it off now. I did one of their Steam Deck calculator things, and it says that, more than likely, I'm probably going to get my email this week ordering my Steam Deck. Which I'm excited about. I am very excited about that. I was on the Reddit, and I saw people saying, oh, somebody made a really cool 3D printed charger holder that goes in the back of the Steam Deck and holds the charger. I have a 3D printer, so I printed one up. I also print it, and I actually going to print another one. A little USB-C hub holder for the Steam Deck, and that'll hold the deck. Because I do plan on, like, you know, doing a stream about Steam Deck and how it runs games and all that when I get it. I'll have to find a hub that works and figure all that out. But that should be fairly easy. I already have a capture card in line with a HDMI splitter. Like, my setup right now is running 4 different HDMI sources through HDMI hub into my Elgato and then monitor. But yeah, just printed up some stuff for my Steam Deck. Hopefully I get that email this week. I really hope. Because if not, I will cry. But I want to print up another one because it actually holds my cell phone that I run Stream Deck on very well. But more importantly, guess what I got working in the interim? My second keyboard's up and running. So now, if we look here, I can actually just type. So now we can ask our question. Have to do a little bit of desk rearranging real quick. Yeah, I'm a loser who uses wireless keyboards. What of it? Alright, let's hop back into it. Let's ask Bryce where he was on Valentine's Day.
I spent most of Valentine's Day at the art gallery. Well, the evening part, anyway. They had a display with the theme, Love Conquers All. I didn't get most of the paintings, but they were well done.
I don't like the second 2 questions, so we're going to...
I dug the grave for Dr. Dekker. I helped carry his coffin to the burial site. Do you know what? It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it. Why do you think that is?
I don't know, you tell me. Was his coffin empty?
The coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy, I'd imagine.
Why would there be?
I'm guessing he was buried somewhere else, or cremated. Somebody somewhere didn't want his body going in the ground. Do you want to be cremated or buried, Doctor?
Cremated. Burial is kind of pointless.
That's a good choice, Doctor. Less work for me.
Bryce looking at something. Really don't like occasions like that.
Possibly a relative of yours. Possibly a patient that died here. I'm not sure. She doesn't normally say anything.
Okay, Bryce can see ghosts, apparently. We're not going to follow up on the...
Yes, I suppose I've destroyed a few things whilst in the hour. You can be the perfect supervillain. Nobody knows it was you.
Have you found
That wretched dig goes on 24/7. 25/7, if you ask me. Your patient, Nathan, caused quite a stir. He interrupted one of the female students all night, apparently. Made her miscategorize some findings, going on about his dead girlfriend. It's amazing what you hear at the coffee machine. Well, I suppose that's a bonus.
That's useful.
We're allowed to use their coffee machine while they're there.
That's useful, actually. Because he's just verified Nathan was there. Cool. So Nathan's alibi checks out. Cool. Okay. That's useful.
Because you have to hope, don't you, Doctor? It's only the power of hindsight that made me realize how toxic it all was. And after a point, you go too far to be able to come back anyway.
Alright. Let's start off with some of these new patients here. Who are you?
I'm Jasmine. I don't come in that often. What happened to Dr. Dekker?
Like you. What was going on?
We had a display in the gallery based on Love Conquers All.
So she might
So
be
I
able
had
to
to work.
verify Bryce's.
Mainly it was a collection of giant hearts sat on things, but I ran into another patient, Bryce. I'd never really spoken with him before, but he's quite an art critic. I couldn't get rid of him until I finished work at 11. There's actually another guy who takes over on the night shift. I'm not sure if he kept talking to Bryce though. Providence is open 24 hours.
So Bryce
was
there.
There's not much to tell. I knew he was a patient here. I'd seen him in the waiting room a couple of times.
So Bryce eating.
He likes art and talking
Nathan.
and talking and looking down here instead of up here.
Yeah, Bryce is creepy.
When you see a painting, it stands still.
Depending on
When
what
I
actions
see one,
I've done.
it's moving, like a mini film, like little vines. But when there's a person in the
I miss
painting,
Vine. What happens if there's a person in the painting?
they watch me, normally disapprovingly.
You're very unflattering super close-ups, like.
Because they don't think I know how to appreciate art, because I'm too young.
That's dumb. Like, so as a capital A artist, like, because I do consider myself an artist, I'm a photographer, and, you know, I paint that painting back there. I have a wood transfer photo behind me. I took that. The photos on my little workboard where I took. I consider myself an artist, though, to give myself reference. There's no wrong way to appreciate art. All art is open to interpretation. Whether you look at it for a second and go, oh, that's pretty, I like it, or whether you contemplate the deeper meaning of the thing, all of it is correct.
Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be working in an art gallery. I love art. I love paintings. Like I said, they move for me.
That digital zoom just then, ooh.
When I want them to, normally. When I want to really get inside what's going on. But some paintings, I can't stop.
Which paintings can't you
I've been working on portraits, at home, outside work. But my paintings aren't so good. Nowhere near Providence standard. I painted a man, Dorian. You know, after Dorian Gray.
I feel like that's not a painting you should emulate if you see the painting.
I wanted to try and capture someone aging, so I divided the face into thirds and painted a boy, his father, and his grandfather in each third. It was hideous.
It sounds it.
And it started talking to me.
What did it
That
say?
I'm ugly.
It's mean.
That I have no talent. Nothing will become of me. Is that true, Doctor?
Did her audio just get real weird for anybody else? No, it's not true.
I hear it so many times from that wretched painting. It's in my head. But thank you.
Like, not gonna be me. How she felt about Dekker. Yeah, probably. Tell me about Dekker.
He was shy. And then less so. When I told him about my problem, he told me to set fire to it.
What if that's why Nathan keeps burning things?
Yeah, he could have been more specific. I tried to set fire to Providence. At that time, I thought the only way to fix my problem was to set fire to the entire art gallery. Several paintings didn't make it. Luckily, my boss didn't press charges. The police did arrest me, though.
Why didn't your
My boss, Petra, she's just lovely like that. Providence has gone through some tough times, and I've only been there a year. She invested her life savings, and it's still not making any money. Such a sweet lady. You'd do anything for her. Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. It was nothing to do with Petra. No. Why are you saying that? I don't even know if Petra has insurance.
I mean, if she's a business operating, like...
I already ripped up the painting. It screamed as I cut it. And now whenever I close my eyes, I can see it, hear it. I need the tablets, Doctor. I need them.
Are the tablets?
The temazepam? The sleeping tablets.
Oh.
The ones you gave me last time.
I didn't give you.
Dr. Dekker gave them to me. They helped. I know it's in my head. I know paintings can't talk. What's wrong with me, Doctor? Why do I do this?
I think that's accurate. Like a little bit of self-confidence.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll think about that. And the prescription, please?
Isn't the Razapam
Oh.
a tranquilizer? Like
When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you?
Valentine's Day stabbed. Do know. I mean, yes. I'll elicit a response.
Ouch. I didn't really know him that well. I'm trying to remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day now.
You were at work. Already told me that. Oh wow, I got her to green. Cool. Okay.
I'm Lacey Hendricks. So you don't know about me then?
No, Lacey.
Where to start? My next door neighbour in Jobson Hill, where I live, she was murdered. 80, and they diversion burgled her. But she was wise to it and started calling the police.
Very diversion
They
burgled?
slit her throat with a bread knife. So I started a neighbourhood watch.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, notebook.
It was me and Agnes. Everyone else thought we were overreacting. If they want their throats cut, that's up to them, living in their bubbles. But Agnes... Poor Agnes.
What happened to Agnes? Is she got her throat cut?
She went missing, and still is. And that's what people think. But it's not the truth.
What is?
It
I don't
killed
like how I
them.
keep saying the exact phrase.
It looks
before I
normal
click
enough.
on it.
A smartly dressed door-to-door saleswoman. I know because I heard my other neighbours shout at her, "No Jehovah's!" They think anyone knocking is a Jehovah. But she said she was selling double glazing.
Like donuts.
I don't know. I didn't answer the door. Best not to nowadays. But I watched her go to Agnes's. Poor Agnes. She let her right into her house. I could only see the silhouette. It turned from a person into a, well, it looked like, I guess you'd call it a Medusa. Snakes for her face. And Agnes just fell to the floor. A few minutes later, the woman left, smiling like the cat that got the cream. That was the end of Agnes.
Why is Agnes missing and not dead?
Saw it with my own eyes. What more proof do I need?
Eyes are bullshit. But no,
You're starting to sound like Dr. Dekker. He didn't believe me either.
Yes, when you make a fantastical claim, you have to become evident.
I didn't have much luck with him, like I said. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a hallucination caused by the stress of my neighbour being so brutally murdered.
I mean, that kind of sounds like what's happening here.
Where is Agnes, though? I haven't found her, have they? Have they?
Well, dead bodies don't get up and move around, and you said the late. Yes, they found. I don't know if they found Agnes. They find Agnes?
What? That can't be possible. Is that true? Why don't I know about it then? When was this then? Is she alive? Her useless husband is? Don't know much about him, other than the fact that he looks at me like I'm 6 foot under every time we meet. He doesn't seem too bothered she's gone missing either. He did at first, when the police were crawling around. But now they've gone, that stopped. If I hadn't seen that thing eat her, I'd... No. He's a Weasley little man who spends far too much time in his garden. It's probably like the National Trust back there. The constant digging and building, pruning and sawing.
Why do we know?
What a thing to say. Why would you say that? I kept watching the front door after that saleswoman had left and nothing. She didn't leave, and you can't get out the back since the council sold the garage block. Ron's a gardener, not a killer. Unless... Agnes said Ron was laying the foundations for a new greenhouse. You don't think...
I feel like I shouldn't be playing into this.
I need to call the police. I need to call them now. But they won't listen to me. I tried to tell them about the monster, but they didn't believe me.
Yes, because
they won't believe me about this, I promise you. Please, could you call them, Doctor? I was at Henley Church. They had a service that ran right up till midnight. For us less fortunates without a love in their life. Well, now. Do you have someone, Doctor? Do you have a love in your life?
Stop asking me questions. You're the one getting... Oh.
Garden Club. You should come with me one night. It's a lovely way to meet new people.
You don't, like, ask their therapist to, like... Do you think?
I'll get someone else to do it. I suppose I shouldn't really expect any help from you. Dr. Dekker used to call me the leech lady.
Why's that?
He said that I leech thoughts from people, suck 'em right out of their heads. And I can put thoughts in there too. I'm not that clever though, am I, Doctor? I mean, it's not as if I was having an affair with Ron and Agnes was in the way and needed to disappear. So I made this story up. I mean, what do you think I do for a living anyway? Doctor, you're so good. We're going to get on just fine.
I don't trust her. No, sorry, Bob. Going all this though. Okay, cool. My secretary still isn't wearing shoes.
On Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session with Claire Castleford at 11 and that nurse, Elin, at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You should see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange.
That is strange.
I just want to cuddle Nathan all up. He's such a mess. He's always in the same clothes. You know, he barely talks to me though. It's the same hello every time. He reminds me of Tom.
Who's Tom? Oh wait, is Tom? No, that's Ben. What the hell's Tom?
Tom was a quiet mess, like Nathan. Youngish, in his early 20s. He taught piano, but he did have a strange hobby.
Tom's hobby.
Tom liked to base jump. That's basically falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground. He started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute. Can you guess what happened?
What?
He did die. He was hit by a rock from further up the mountain. He never got to fly. Nathan thinks he knows what his problem is too, but if he's not careful, he'll get hit by that rock. I wish I'd said goodbye. Hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think.
What do you... Patience. Okay, I know I definitely spelled patience wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah, I knew that wouldn't work. Okay, ma'am. Like, camera, though.
Most of the patients are suspects, according to the police. Almost all the patients are referred, and some of them are privates, but Dr. Dekker didn't introduce any of them.
I have to ask her about specific.
Claire seems to be shaken by something. You know, I offer her drinks every time she comes in, but she always refuses them. It's as if she just wants to come in, get her session over with, and then run off to do something else. It's a bit rude, isn't it?
But Mariana.
Mariana is a special girl. You know, there's something about her that just makes you want to follow her. Maybe that's what a trendsetter looks like. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sorry.
Lacey. Her name. Lacey. How should I ask about Nathan? And Jasmine. Jasmine, I don't think it was her. Like, realistically, we're gonna talk this out a little bit. Alright. Nathan, we know he was at the archaeological dig. As confirmed by Bryce. Mariana saw at the pier on a date. And that was confirmed by Elin that she was at the pier on a date. So that, I think, clears Mariana and Elin. Because both of them would have to be in the same place at the same time to see. She said Mariana saw Elin. But Elin did not see Mariana. So that makes sense to me. Elin, once again, was on a date. Confirmed it by unpromptedly saying Mariana. Claire says she was at her house with her. I don't trust her. Bryce says he was at the art gallery. And that was confirmed by Jasmine, who was talking to me until about 11. So, I think that puts Bryce in the clear. Jasmine once again and Bryce. Lacey doesn't have alibi, as far as I can remember. I can't remember.
It was at Henley Church. They had a service that ran right up till midnight. For us less fortunates without a love in their life.
So,
well, now.
Nathan would be the only one that could exonerate her.
Do you have someone, Doctor? Do you have a love in your life?
Technically at the graveyard by Henley. So that would be the person. Jaya says she was alone. Tell me about Ben.
So, should I get a solicitor, or shall we try and talk it out with him?
We should definitely try to talk it out with him.
Good choice. I'll go and see Ben to see if I can get him to call off the dogs. I have no idea what's gotten into him. Perhaps it's his mum.
I mean,
You. Thanks for helping me with this grief thing. I'm not sure I have it, though.
Why wouldn't you?
I don't really know where to start. I feel a bit numb. Maybe we should just talk about him.
Really like this couch.
We'd worked late together on all sorts of things. He was preoccupied with finding patterns in patients, trying to find some kind of order. Mainly he was searching for a common experience the patients might have had. That's what led them to his office. He'd study everything, even the referral letters. Yes, letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. I find those referral letters... He was sure there was a pattern in them.
Interesting.
I think Bryce has a lot of misdirected anger. I don't think I like him that much. Sometimes when things overrun, he's outside waiting for you, and he stares at me as if he's undressing me with his eyes. He's not the first person that's done that, but still, it feels worse coming from him.
Understand.
Elin seems like a lovely person. I'm not really sure why she's here. I wish I'd said goodbye to Dr. Dekker. It was so sudden. Here, then gone. He resigned anyway, but that's not the same, is it?
What do you mean he resigned?
Dr. Dekker resigned shortly before his murder. It's sad.
First time hearing about that.
But doctors come and go, and only poor Jaya remains. I've got his resignation letter somewhere. I do all the hiring and firing around here. Well, Professor Alderby and the Trust technically do that.
Wait a minute, Professor Alderby, the crazy person... Oh, February 11th. So 2 days. 3 days before he was murdered, he resigned. So, and also, February 11th, to whom it may concern, please accept this letter as notice of my intention, signed from my position. D. Dr. Dekker. Okay? That is interesting. Alderby is also one.
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that?
No, you did not.
She was cuddling him like he was 6. He's 25.
That is a bit.
So you watched the tapes. Gold star for you.
Who or what is Cthulhu? That didn't answer my question.
It smashed.
There's nothing I should be following up with. I think for the... How did I get Lacey to... And Jasmine. Both of them are just tickled with my work ethic here. Have any... Not commenting. Alright, let's see what this actually does to me.
It's such a mess. But thank you.
I also very much feel like she is... Okay, that didn't get me any. We're gonna go next day. Let's really do Nathan last, because
Hunt.
I can change my skin.
Then skins.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients.
I had a hot date.
We went out for drinks.
I took photos of Jessica.
Dr. Dekker did phone
On Valentine's Day.
and ask me for Nathan's number.
There was a girl there.
Am I wrong to keep the locket?
I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I?
He was preoccupied with finding
Photographs,
patterns.
rocking chair.
I haven't been back to the beach since,
I had a bit of a shaky loop incident.
where I find something
I set fire
beautiful in the sea.
to Hannah's clothes in the garden.
I dug the grave.
I wish I'd said goodbye.
Dr. Dekker cursed me.
It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it.
Oh, Doctor, you surprised me. Reminds me of Officer Yates. Did I ever mention I had a special friend in the police force? Nah, it's not something you drop politely into a conversation. He's been doing some digging and he's found a couple things. There's a crime scene report that goes into all the gory details and another report that's about a patient you're seeing today, Claire. I'll put them both on the desk for you. And thanks for the grief counselling, by the way. It's really been helping, you know, I'm so glad you're here.
I wonder why this doesn't have subtitles. Interesting. Okay. So when Claire first brought up Dekker, I swore she said killed him. Not, like, stabbed him and killed him. I rewatched it and it said stabbed. I thought I just misunderstood, but maybe I did hear that maybe or killed him. Huh. Or Spike? Too much to do. Professor Warwick's in new.
It's in that police report that I gave to you. You should really take a look at it.
Right, I guess I probably should. Alright. Victim. Crime scene report summary. Case number 22110. Date 14th of February 17. Title Doctor. First name. Last name Dekker. Position of the victim. Victim was located in his office. Seated in a chair behind his desk. Coat. With an obvious suspect. Possible murder weapons. Desk spike. That desk 150 millimeter long, protruding from the approximate region of the victim's heart. 150 millimeters long, about 98. Give or take. That's pretty big. I assume by paper spike they mean paper. Can I scroll down on this? No. Okay. Time of death. Estimated from liver temperatures measurements to be between 8:30 and 10:30 p.m. on 14/2/17. Note that the victim's body was reportedly discovered at 10:20 p.m. Okay. So he died between 8:30 and 10:20. Realistic. Cause of death. Elimination due to puncture of left inferior artery. Death would have occurred. Minutes. None of these buttons scroll, right? None of those buttons scroll. So. Statement of Christian Weber, police officer, 7691. Best of my knowledge, this statement is true. I understand I may be prosecuted if I have stated anything that I know to be untrue. Signed, date 9 of November. At 20:40 hours on Tuesday, 8th of November, myself and PC 9725 Holt responded to a call received from a neighbor of the Bauer House, Weston Park Avenue, concerning a reported disturbance. We arrived at the address and knocked front door, but there was no reply. We then examined the rear of the property and gained entry through insecure patio door. We entered the property through this door, and I announced myself by shouting police, but I did not hear any response. Searched the premises. Upon entering the dining room, I saw a female seated next to a man who was lying on the ground. The man did not appear to be conscious. Both persons were drenched in blood, and there was a substantial amount of blood on the carpet, walls, and furniture. I noted what appeared to be a steak knife on the floor, which was also covered in blood. At this point, I asked the woman to put her hands on her head, which she did. PC Holt secured the female, while I checked the man for signs of life, but found none. I asked the woman her name, and she identified herself as Claire Castleford. I asked if she knew the dead man, and she said he was her husband, David Castleford. I asked what happened, and she said that she killed him. Following a search by PC Holt, revealed no other persons present at the house. I said to Castleford at 20:50 hours, "You're under arrest for the suspicion of murder." I then cautioned her and placed her in the back of the police car for transportation to Western Park Police Station, where I relayed the circumstances of the arrest to PC 23 Hill authorized her. Interesting. Okay. Now we're going to ask about papers.
It's in that police report that I gave to you. You should really take a look at it. I think that's all settled now. We are agreeing to pay Ben £5,000 and he's agreeing not to say anything about what he saw.
What did Ben say?
He thought he saw a creature coming out of Dr. Dekker's mouth. Well, at least that's the reason he's given for not emptying the bins that night. Either way, it's not the kind of publicity that we need. Shiny, happy, sane people. Some mornings I come into work and still expect him to be here. Sometimes it feels like he actually is here, watching over me. We had a connection. It's gone now, though. You can't have a connection with the dead, can you? Not for too long, anyway.
What connection?
Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner with him for Valentine's. I refused, obviously, because you don't sleep where you eat or something like that. But it was flattering, especially with competition like Mariana around.
That's a good one to ask about. Damn it. Yo, I suck at spelling.
You're overthinking things. You don't need to ask me that. Mornings I come into work and still expect him to be here. Sometimes it feels... I'm fine. I'm ready for my grief counselling. I emailed you Mariana's address. I don't know why you'd want it. I suppose you're going to start doing home visits now, like Dr. Dekker? I have no idea what they did and when they did it. I'm happy to keep it that way too.
You don't even have good gossip? Just like, I don't know. Why would I want to?
If you don't want it, don't text me and ask for it. It's all right. I don't mind doing menial tasks for you. Someone has to do them.
I like her skirt. Very nice color.
Yes, Dr. Dekker started doing home visits for Mariana. He said she couldn't concentrate properly in his office. I hope you're not thinking of doing the same thing. I need you right where I can see you.
Yes, we should.
Checks and balances, Doctor. Somebody needs to be watching the watchman, so to speak. Make sure you're helping, not hindering.
Her accent really triggers the Doctor Who fan in me. Because it's just straight up like, Doctor. Like, she says it in such a way where it sounds like she's talking about the Doctor, not... I think I have a Doctor Who game. That might be a thing.
He probably did his fair share of helping and hindering. He was definitely helping in the beginning, but then seemed to lose sight of things.
Like he was possessed by some kind of demon and had it out of his body while he was dying.
I think he was so overwhelmed by the patients he was getting. His curiosity just got the better of him. There was a definite turning point.
What was the turning point?
Somewhere around the time Professor Alderby turned up, that seemed to unsettle him. And then we had a flood of extra weird patients. I think it was all too much for him. I think I misjudged him. I hope you deal with it better.
There's something weird about Alderby.
Grief is such a strange word if you keep saying it. Grief, grief, grief. It sounds like somebody's being whipped. And you're going to ask me how I feel today?
Working up to it.
Sorry, I didn't mean I was competing. I was happy Mariana was going out with him. I didn't want to be romantic with him. We had a stronger connection than that. Dr. Dekker and I shared some philosophy. We'd both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and we agreed with a lot of what it said. Have you read that book, Doctor?
Cult of the Kinetic?
In Cult of the Kinetic Mind, the author suggests that everyone is capable of psychokinesis, and that the cult leaders specifically have these powers that turn their followers into disciples. It's not a fun read, but if you're into psychology, it's a blast.
I'm of the firm belief that, like, our minds are closed. Like, we don't reach out with them, or rather, we do reach out with them. Speak. Your body language. That's our... If we had, the ability to reach out...
Psychokinesis is the ability to change the physical world without actually touching it, just by using your mind. It's not just about bending spoons. It covers all sorts of things, like telepathy, telekinesis, telesabalas. Shoot me, I'm a Kojak fan. Like I said, all those cool things are in Cult of the Kinetic Mind, apart from Kojak, obviously. If you ever get a patient who thinks they can change the world with just their mind, then duck, just in case they can. But seriously, do a whole load of shrinking and make them better. Whether you believe in psychokinesis or not, you'll need to figure out your approach with those that do. How do you make people who think they have special powers better? Do you remain passive and support, encourage them, take them away?
I need to
No,
eliminate all
not at all in my experience. Dr. Dekker had an unusual number of patients who claimed psychokinesis. Either he'd been specifically looking for them or someone had been sending them.
Why would someone
It's entirely possible that someone is targeting this practice with psychokinetic patients. To what end, I don't know. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are diagnosed as insane, or at least temporarily insane. It's a handy diagnosis if you're facing criminal prosecution, especially if it's for murder.
All right. Let me think. We have Nathan, who Groundhog Day. Time loop. Mariana, who blacks out and ends up naked on the beach. Lynn, ape shit. Haven't gotten to. Don't know her. Bryce has an hour every day. Taya doesn't have any. And I don't know who Professor was. So far, everyone has admitted to having some kind of supernatural power other than Taya. And, oh wait. Jasmine claimed to have, I haven't been keeping track of their powers. Jasmine claimed to have, you can, paintings move. And have she could put thoughts in people's head and read. So far,
I was at home on my lonesome, Doctor, like I said before.
doesn't have an alibi. I'm gonna come back to that. Check in on our good friend Nate.
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist, that's a bit crazy.
So, Dekker had a turn.
I started out with depression. Now I seem to repeat days. Even if you don't believe the repeat days, then I clearly have extra mental health problems that he's given me. I think that he possibly cursed other people, a bit like he cursed me. Sometimes you could see he was bursting to tell me about it, but he couldn't. He was ecstatic with power.
I'm not 100% sure what's
curse.
going on here.
Well, remembered.
I like that.
I was hoping he'd forget.
I like not knowing.
It's going to sound crazy. Dr. Dekker said I would never be able to move forward until I came to terms with my grief. And so from this point on, I start to relive the same day over and over again until I made something of it. I believed him.
I
didn't want to believe him. I remember I said, you can't just say things and they happen.
Like not looking
He
at it
laughed
as a
and
mental
laughed.
health thing, looking at it as
I think he was going mad.
a superpower thing.
He said he'd give me a demonstration.
What do you mean demonstration?
He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame.
There was no flame. And then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere.
Wow, look at that.
And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
George Dekker.
I didn't forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all, but I didn't. For whatever reason, he couldn't undo what he'd done. I was scared. I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
Why were you afraid?
I was scared what Dr. Dekker would do to me if he found out I still knew. So I had to play along, keep coming to the sessions, pretend I hadn't seen what he'd done. It was awful, because I was suffering through the same days over and over again, but I couldn't talk to him about it, because he'd know. I burned Hannah's rocking chair. The day moved forward. It was a good choice. I'm not sure I've got much left of hers now. I've burnt most of it, or given it away, just to make the days move forward. There was a moment when I was attacking a Salvation Army bin, but I gave in.
You mean attacking?
I accidentally put Hannah's diary into a Salvation Army donation bin. They're like huge post boxes with a circular tray that makes sure things spill to the bottom.
By the way, anyone not
I tried to get in
Salvation
to
Army?
get it back, but
Kind of a
I gave up.
They are extremely denies kind of care. Not to bring that one down on.
I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary a while ago. I must have accidentally dropped in some clothes for the Salvation Army bin. It's funny, because I wasn't going to read it. She said she'd fallen out of love with me. That she was going to break off the engagement. That she didn't love me anymore. I regretted it. I regretted that I mourned for Hannah so long. I regret the grief. I regret all the days I slept through because of it. Had I known she didn't love me anymore, things would have been different. I'm a bit angry now. If I had that day over again, I may just still pull out in front of the driver.
That is not a healthy.
I didn't notice Dr. Dekker had a paper spike. I haven't really seen more than a foot in front of me since Hannah died. Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore? And thanks for the dating advice, by the way. You told me not to look for anyone else until I was ready. So I didn't. I've just been sitting at home, reading Hannah's diary, stewing. I ordered a pizza. A nice girl delivered it.
Like...
He'd become bored of me, so I got much of my insight from calls or messages he'd take during our sessions. I think because he hypnotized me, he didn't want to play with me anymore, so I got basic therapist.
What's basic?
He told me lots of people get depression, to become more active, see more people. And although he wouldn't always be there to listen, Jaya would be. Yeah, I talked to her quite a lot. I'm not sure how many days of that she'd remember. She seemed to care, which is more I can say for Dekker. I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. I wanted to be as far away from him as possible. I don't know who did.
I mean, so realistically, everybody's alibi is a...
It took a week of days to get that pizza girl to smile. And you know what did it? A tip, as much as the pizza cost. So money does make you happy. Yeah, I talked to her quite a lot.
Okay, just...
I'm not...
Dekker used to put my checks on that thing. I guess someone thought they weren't getting value for money.
Oh, I wonder if they mean one of those, like, paper spikes, like, in my head I'm imagining, like, a big... I wonder if it's one of those spikes like a, diner would have. Paper tip. Or, like, a kitchen.
I actually don't have a lot of money. Sometimes a therapy check would bounce, but Dr. Dekker would be okay with it. Oh, my checks are fine, though, don't worry. I'm not broke. Men buy me drinks at bars, though. Sometimes I'll get away with not paying at restaurants. Isn't that how it is for everybody?
I dislike that statement.
I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, and I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long. I guess I'm a fidget.
Fidget is an action.
Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. The lights are dim. You can slink around without attracting too much attention. Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me. Wherever I go. It's creepy. I don't want everyone seeing that. They follow me, wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
I wonder if... I don't like where this is going, y'all.
It depends where they follow me. If they follow me home, they bang on the door for an hour or so, then leave. Other places, they just disappear. I don't see them again.
This is a FMV game, which, by the way, welcome, Jessica. How are you today? This is an FMV game where you play as a therapist trying to figure out who murdered the previous therapist by talking to a patient. Everybody's a little weird, and I may possibly be supernatural. I'm not quite sure yet. I've been going for 3 hours, and I gotta tell you, still not 100% sure exactly what's going on, which is nice, but... I mean, so far, I've been able to, like, reasonably say, this guy probably didn't do it. He's, stuck in a time loop where he'll repeat. But he was talking to a grad student at an archaeological the night of the murder. He was at the pier and saw another patient, her, on a date that night. Obviously, those two have alibied each other. Right now, I think she might have done. He was at an art gallery harassing somebody who was another patient who confirmed he was at the art gallery at the murder. This is my secretary. I think she's also possibly have done it. But she has outright no alibi. She's like, I was at home alone. And I don't know who this is yet. He was stabbed with a paper spike. Which, I think is one of those, you ever seen them at like a restaurant on TV or something where they'll put the receipts on that paper spike, drive the receipt. I think it's one of those. But he was murdered in his office on Valentine's Day. Body was discovered at 11:20 by the cleaner. Or 10:20, I'm sorry. And he was stabbed in the chest. So, like, we're not quite sure 100% what's... Also, sorry, I caught my watch on my mic stand. Once again, to show off my cool new tool. That sounded wrong, I'm sorry for that. Let me give a shout out real quick.
This year we are here at the Puppy Bowl practice field.
Yes, Snoop.
Where we will be
Did you stream the Puppy Bowl?
for our teams.
I'm excited to put these. If you're looking for a dog, always look at adoption first, because they need to be. They need to be getting some lovings.
I mean, good advice, good advice.
Not to mention some of our celebrity
Definitely adopt. There are many pets that need adoption. And they're all wonderful pets that probably.
It's one of my favorite days of the entire year.
It's my favorite.
That, to be honest, you should be. I think you've told me about this before, actually. Which it's a cool idea, and I commend for it. But also, 100% what you were saying, like, adopt a pet, if you're gonna get a pet. Like, adopt. Like, there are plenty of neat pets. But yeah, I got that new little shout-out tool. I'm all jazzed to use it. But I have lingered here. What do you mean?
They don't just disappear into thin air. I think they return to the place I found them. But I've not run into the same person twice.
I wonder if she sells... No. Because I think...
You've got a good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light. Deep
I think the assistant's
in
possible.
the ocean somewhere. I head towards it because it's warm and glowing.
So,
like a beacon.
It's very possible this involves
And when I'm at
Cthulhu
the bottom,
in
it's
some
the
way.
most beautiful thing. Like a welcoming sun. Like I'm home. And then I wake up.
So, she wakes up randomly on beaches naked. And she was also probably sleeping with or dating the previous doctor who got murdered. Which, from my understanding as a therapist, is a no-no. Not supposed to do that.
It's so beautiful.
So.
It calls me. It's like I'm in a trance.
I should ask
What
her
does the dream mean,
about
Doctor? You'll have to ask me something else.
Yeah, it's not... It's like definitely E-level acting. I feel like I spelled that wrong. CTU...
Nope. Nothing.
Did I spell that wrong? Dream could be many things. A metaphor for her current is searching for... Or maybe she's making it up. Can I go further? Maybe
Yes, I suppose I follow that glow like people follow me. I still don't know what it means, though.
For me, the big thing is like the camera angles change. Like if they say something
I'm okay.
creepy or...
Thanks for asking. It's rent day, and I always feel a little blue on rent day.
Why do you... Rent day? Because of money?
Rent day is the day I pay rent to my landlady. I've had no blackouts, and I haven't been to the beach since our last session. But I think I will today. Do you want to come with me to the beach?
Not appropriate.
Doctor, I think you're getting a little anxious. If you ever wanted to visit the beach, you can just turn up. It's not mine.
You're okay with men buying you?
It's just good manners to accept when someone offers to buy you a drink. I'm a very good-natured girl.
So, Mariana also claims that she does not drink, which is fine, but she likes nightclubs and going to bars. And her criteria for a nightclub is they have cheap vodka stocks.
Don't you think I'm sweet, Doctor?
So, like, that's not... I want to avoid... I don't want to answer her. I'm deflecting. Alright. I'm gonna
okay,
antagonize. Do people ever follow you?
Yes. They follow me home.
That's a good
They're silent. It's
So-
like a trance.
Based on the other people all having some kind of like
I don't know anything about that.
he knows nothing about that.
I don't know about that.
Okay. By the way, I had to figure out how to hook a keyboard to my Switch because I got tired of trying to type with the controller. Which is nice because I'm playing a game and like I'm not holding.
There was one guy, a real gym buddy. I let him into the bedroom, but nothing. Nothing I did would stop him just staring at me. It was creepy.
So I think she has
got him
kind
to
of
follow
like
me outside, and then I just shut the door.
Like I think that she has some kind of or like a siren.
Still talking about him? And I thought you were just interested in me, Doctor.
I'm your therapist. I'm not interested in you. You're paying me.
Dr. Dekker suggested home visits.
I forgot about that.
I think he was probably checking up on his investment. You're not thinking of doing home visits, are you, Doctor?
I'm sorry, investment? It definitely feels like it's going that way, but I'm not sure.
Aren't we all your investments, Doctor? All the time, all the energy you've invested in us?
I kind of want it to go supernatural.
Seeing how we're doing, making sure we're growing correctly?
That's a non-answer, and I don't like that, Marianne. No, I'm not thinking.
That's good. I'm not sure I can afford any more of your time.
Alright, let's move on to eat. Pardon. Do you know about the paper
It's true
spike?
then. I'd heard Dr. Dekker was stabbed, but I didn't know for sure. It's weird.
The one on
That whoever did it would choose the paper spike.
I'm not sure which game was on Xbox. Do you remember the title or anything about it? 'Cause I like the idea of an FMV game, but they're often rather, like, obtuse. Like, weird. Oh, The Late Shift. Yeah, I remember that one. That was short, too. That was only, what, like 30 minutes long? Like, I don't remember that being bad, though.
Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin. Yeah, this bit here between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood, being a nurse and all that, but actually,
I can see
there
them being
wasn't
very...
any.
Specifically that one, it's very much like, oh, do you like QuickTime events? Are you into QuickTime events? Can I offer you a QuickTime event? Like, that's really all the game is. It's QuickTime event to QuickTime event. Which is fine if you're into that. Not very fine if, you know, you want a bit more gameplay. Like, this is very slow if you're... Yeah. I was actually answering and I missed that. Like, did she say there was no blood from the paper spike?
I was a bit freaked out. At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test.
Can't remember how to do it.
Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. But it wasn't. The spike was real.
I was all freaking out about hearing that because in middle school, there was a weird kid in my class. And in home economics, he actually showed all of his together. Like, he actually took a needle and thread and when nobody was paying attention, showed all of his fingers together. And that has freaked me out ever since. So hearing, like, a spike pushing through, like, the lap of skin right here just kind of gave me a shiver. How do you know?
Dr. Dekker gave me the paper spike to try.
Like a good magician?
Fake. It was pretty sharp, actually. I don't know how he did it. He said he just thought that it wouldn't hurt him, so it didn't.
There's a magician who does a trick. Yeah, I know a lot of people have done it, and I don't get it. Like, I don't get it, but it makes me feel all like, ugh. There's a magician who will grab his tongue, take a skewer, and put a skewer through it, and then cut the tongue off. And people think that it's a fake skewer. It's not a fake tongue. Yeah, as people come up and look at the skewer, but like, I would assume at that point it's like, oh,
Works fine.
Because that's how you set up a magic.
Hilda's fading fast. Terry. Oh, you'd be pleased to know I don't have the locket anymore.
Good.
I gave it back.
Good.
All of it. Every single keepsake.
Possibly your trophies from your murders. So she affectionately told me in the first visit that her work, the other nurses at work call her an F. Like it's some cute nickname. No, that's like the term for like a medical serial killer.
Hilda's nearing the end.
And apparently she has
She's
an
been sleeping
inordinate
a lot,
amount
not
of patience
eating
die
much.
on her.
She hasn't been that argumentative either. Although, she did give me a vicious scratch yesterday.
She also claims to be a shapeshifter. And we didn't push back on that at all. We weren't like, do it. Prove it. Prove that you shapeshift. No, we were just like, alright, cool. You're a shapeshifter. Yeah.
It was nothing. I was just trying to give her meds. It's hard, you know? I'm trying to help her, but she keeps fighting me.
She definitely has that energy.
It'll be better after she's seen her daughter. I've decided I'm going to do it tonight.
This is what
She
I'm talking
hasn't
about.
got much time left.
She's going to shapeshift as that lady's daughter. And it's like, no, that's not.
You know the answer to that, Doctor. What have we been talking about?
No. You fucking
What can I do for Hilda
You
that will
fucking
make it all better?
shapeshift. Did I imagine the shapeshift comment? She literally, oh my god. Oh, I'm going to ask her, are you going?
Seriously? No, that isn't what I meant.
Isn't it though? Isn't it what you meant though?
That's the plan. I know, it sounds unbelievable,
Kinda.
like I'm making it up. I wish I could prove it to you somehow.
If only you could shapeshift and prove it to me right now.
We could try shifting now. Think of someone you really love.
Elvis.
It might help if you close your eyes.
I'm not doing that.
Are you thinking of them? Can you picture them? Okay. Hold on. Sorry. I don't think it's going to work. On the bright side, that probably means you're not going to die anytime soon.
So something happened just then, as I was preparing for the jump scare. Okay. I think that was enough to make me think, I guess, you might be a shapeshifter.
I'll sound exactly like Hilda's daughter, but I try and keep it vague because I don't become her.
Yeah,
I don't know what she would really say. I say things like,
it's me, Hilda's
it's
daughter.
okay, don't be scared, I love you, Mum, or I love you, Dad.
Don't be scared.
But it doesn't really matter what their relationship's
That's how
like
Hilda's
because
daughter
it's
sounds.
not really them.
From Australia.
I always do the Disney version. The best, most loving version. That's what my patients want to hear.
It is kind of the Disney version.
And maybe deep down, they know it's not the truth, but
I don't feel good
it's got
about
to be
that
better
joke,
than
y'all.
the reality.
But I made that joke. That's a decision I made. Why bother shifting if patients know it's not the truth?
Does it really matter if it isn't the truth? Isn't it worth it if it brings them peace? Tell me honestly, Doctor, do you really think that what I'm doing is wrong?
I don't think it's inherently wrong. This is an interesting, kind of ethics question, I guess. Is deception to make a dying person more comfortable or happy ethically wrong? And I think that's interesting. Interesting thought experiment to have. I don't necessarily know. That is a complex ethics. Because technically speaking, yes, deceiving people is pretty much inherently wrong. There are a few times where it's not wrong. Save somebody deception, but I know it's gonna want me to judgmental. I'm gonna ask about the locket.
You told me to. Well, not in so many words, but you said I shouldn't have kept them. And what with Terry going around telling everyone I stole them, I didn't feel like I really had any choice. The lockets, the watch, the ring. But I kept the little bird Sarah Dekker gave me. I wasn't supposed to mention her.
Who's Sarah Dekker?
Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago.
This is important. Okay, I think I need to...
Terry seems to have backed down since I gave the keepsakes back. Actually, it doesn't seem like she's been very well. Not her usual self. Maybe she's got a bug or something.
Or maybe you're murdering. I don't think the shapeshifting is wrong. This is a difficult one. It is kind of a difficult thing. I don't necessarily know if the shapeshifting is wrong for the sake of being wrong. Yeah, if it's not supernatural, every one of these people are crazy in some way. Legitimate over the rainbow. But I'm willing to... if I was a real therapist, I would not be entertaining the idea of supernatural stuff. Because this is a work of fiction, I'm willing to... This is a work of fiction with a skull, bottom left corner. I'm willing to entertain the idea that this is natural. What do you think? Ethically, would shapeshifting in this situation be wrong, or would it be ethically? I honestly can't. Like, I feel like I should feel wrong about the deception of it, but it is a deception to hurt the dying. Like, that is a difficult thing to. Like, a lot of the, like, more moral questions this game has asked of me so far have been. It is a cool power. Like, I'm not going to deny that at all. I don't think it's wrong.
Good.
Again,
Because I really feel this is something I have to do.
bam. Personal space. Not expect her to be that close. Oh. I have to ask both of these.
As far as I know, it only works on people who are close to death. That's the whole point of it. I have to hold their hand, and they have to think of the person, and they have to be near death. And those seem to be the 3 criteria.
Interesting. That would make being a
Just makes
shapeshifter
things
far less fun.
complicated, doesn't it? I knew Dr. Dekker's mother before I started seeing Dr. Dekker. She's dead, and now he's dead. I'm sure you're going to have a field day with it.
I don't think she killed the doctor either, to be fair. I really do not. Although, to be fair, if we've introduced shapeshifting, once again, if supernatural shit exists in this universe, it's hard to tell who actually. Which actually, I think the other game made by this studio is literally called Shapeshifting Detective, where you play as a detective who can shapeshift, which I might check out at a later date because the premise of that does sound fun. But, like...
Yeah, that's the reason I came to see him. I knew she was dying, but he refused to talk to me unless I booked a session, so I did. And well, here we are.
I'm actually going to hop in here. I'm going to ask Jaya.
Some mornings I come into work and still expect him to be here. Sometimes it feels like he actually is here, watching over me.
Huh.
We had a connection. It's gone now, though. You can't have a connection with the dead, can you? Not for too long, anyway. No, that's not it.
I can't remember if it's spelled with an H or not.
I don't know.
So, when it's sepia toned, like the brown, that is a question I've already asked or something I've already... Like, all of these. If I was to click on any of these.
Somewhere around the time Professor Alderby turned up, that seemed to unsettle him. And then we had a flood of extra weird patients. I think it was all too much for him. I think I misjudged him. I hope.
But yeah, like, that's just telling me that, like, I've already seen that. You can revisit things. It doesn't, like, completely lock you out of things you've already talked about.
I told Dr. Dekker that his mum was dying, that he should see her before it's too late.
Mom, I should have typed mom.
He wasn't interested. It wasn't like he hated her. It was just like it wasn't important. He asked me to take care of it for him. He did send his assistant along to see her once. Sorry, your assistant.
Jaya, don't you lie to me.
I don't know everything. I know most things, but not everything. Nope. Ask me another.
was about the second, third session we had. He said he could tell that I was a good person, that I wanted to help people, and that I should think really hard about how I could do that. That's how I discovered shifting.
So that's an interesting thing I've noticed about almost all of these. They all seem to notice or get their powers after seeing Dekker. So I think Dekker has something to do with them getting their power.
All Dr. Dekker did was encourage me to think. But the shifting, that's all me.
Was it though?
And my mum's a psychic, and my sister's an empath, but I was just ordinary. I always felt like I wasn't special, like I was missing out. But I wasn't. I just hadn't discovered what I could do yet. Sarah Dekker was one of the first ones I tried shifting for.
There's got to be something.
Mornings I come into work and...
Oh my god, there's got to be something I'm missing. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it definitely...
I didn't really know what I was doing that first time. I mean,
like
I didn't
something about him
actually expect
gave
anything
powers to others.
to happen. I just thought, what would really help this woman?
Although...
I thought maybe she would just imagine that he was there.
Like...
But it actually happened. I changed into him. Dr. Dekker. It blew my mind.
So... a lot of these... I think it might be something more to do, because Dekker... Like, Jaina... or Zaya, the, assistant... her... she was saying how Dekker would look through paperwork, referrals, and all that, looking for pattern. I wonder if that's supposed to indicate that he's looking for people who might have some kind of latent power. Like, they might have some kind of supernatural ability that they hadn't, and there might be some kind of indicator in their paper. So, like...
My mum's got these spirit guides and they tell her things.
So I wonder if
Mostly
maybe
about my
Dekker
love
was
life, it
attracting
seems.
weird patients. Because all of these patients are referral patients from...
To tell you the truth, I don't really know what an empath is.
Like, they aren't walking.
I should probably Google it sometime.
Empath is just somebody who reads body language better. I don't think we'll get much out of her. Yeah. So there's also a lot of references to Cthulhu. I want to ask her.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Ask me something else. That one's a dud.
I don't know anything about that.
So, Claire is a... How did she... She is a... I forget the term she used. But she has a history of violence. And she was ordered to come to therapy because she's very rich. So, she had made it seem like her husband is still alive, David. Except for we just found the report from the arrest. We just got that. It says her husband David was dead. That she murdered him with a steak knife. So, we haven't gotten any idea of what her power could be. Like, so far she hasn't been forthcoming with any kind of power. Unlike the others. So she may actually...
I've been to the lake house regularly, keeping an eye on David. I saw the girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside. It makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? I can tell you're dying to ask me about it. Fire away. That's what it says. I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
Okay, once again, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
He's buried at Henley Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone.
Oh, don't worry.
One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him.
Oh, I will. Don't worry.
David wanted to have a talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore. Which I know is a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it.
Remember,
there was so much blood.
Don't stab.
I instantly regretted it.
Just good life. Stab other.
So, I fixed him.
What do you mean by fixed?
It was about a week later. I brought David back to life.
Okay, she's a necromancer.
Not with voodoo, not with virginal sacrifice. I just willed it to happen, and it did. Dr. Dekker told me it was possible, but only if you're not buried. He says once you're in the ground, there's no coming back. But until then, you have a chance at resurrection. Yes, resurrection. But now that I've seen the results, I don't think there's anything holy about it. I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer raising things from the dead.
I told y'all, necromancer. To be fair, if I was to picture a modern necromancer, that don't seem too far off of what I'd guess.
I think his brain was already decaying during the week that he was dead. Important bits. So when I brought him back to life, I didn't heal him completely. Just gave him life in the state he was in. I mean, he's hunting and killing things and trying to roast them on fires he can only light with matches, but that's about it. He's your basic Neanderthal.
Oh no.
So I have a problem.
Oh no.
I'm being charged with murder because the police don't know he's still alive, and I can't get David to vouch for me for obvious reasons. I think it would raise quite a few more questions than answers, which is why I'm hoping that you'd be able to help me.
Remember, y'all, give the gift of a necromancer. How can I?
Considering the circumstances, I'd be grateful if you could see your way to declaring me temporarily insane at the time of the murder. To lessen my sentence. Because I'm not a killer. But I can't prove otherwise. You don't still think I'm a killer, do you, Doctor?
So, Hollywood has very much ruined the idea of what temporary insanity. See, when you get charged and found incompetent to stand trial because of temporary insanity or whatnot, it's just like, well, you're free to go then. It's, you will live the rest of your days in a psychiatric facility. Which, if you know anything about America's healthcare system, not a good thing. Like, it's really not. It's like, it ain't just like a get out of jail free card.
At worst, it's manslaughter. I didn't mean to kill him. I just stabbed him a bit. And although he was dead for a week, I brought him back to
Manslaughter
life.
if you grab a knife and intend to.
Does this mean you won't help me? Was I temporarily insane?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Actually, I forgot. Yeah, you're taking law classes. So you can verify what I just said. Actually, like, because I always think of like Ed Gein. Ed Gein was found incompetent, mentally to stand trial. He was mentally incapable, and found insane and whatnot. He served the rest of his life in a mental facility until he died in I think the 80s or 90s. Like, you don't just get sent out, no, you go to Arkham. Like, yeah, it's you're still not free. You get slightly more liberties, I guess, than being in prison. But even then, it's not by much. Yeah, no,
I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that. Let's have a few more sessions before you seal our fates. Or is it that you want something else? Like Dr. Dekker did.
What did Dekker want?
Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my electability. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually. And then he mentioned the girl.
What girl
He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house. Just for me. And he asked me to reanimate her. It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem. So I agreed.
Exactly.
I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real.
That's the thing. It's it's not.
I assumed it wasn't real.
It's not like you sit there and do macaroni.
But he was offering me what I wanted.
And watch
a temporary insanity diagnosis.
It heavily depends on what crime you're convicted of and how violent you might be, what your mental facilities are. Yeah, no, that's a weird media thing that I never quite understood. Is I got out because it was temporarily insane. Generally speaking, from my understanding, and not a lawyer, take my legal advice. Generally speaking, if you're found incompetent or unable, yeah, that's not available in asylums. Not at all. They don't put that responsibility because that's also a point of stress and can aggravate certain other things, and also don't want them making license plates or something or sharp objects. But from my understanding of it, you can be found unable to stand trial at the time and then go to an asylum and then be tried afterwards when you're quote-unquote cured competent. It's not like a get-out-of-jail-free card like the media tends to. Interesting.
It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped, and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way.
But it's just a weird thing to me that, we all kind of... It's that bullshit with, missing persons. That, you have to wait 48 hours before you can report somebody missing. Well, you can report them missing right away. It's just generally speaking, 48 hours is when they'll actually start, certain things, and, if it's he didn't show up for work today, generally speaking, that falls under, a welfare check or something like that. But you can report somebody missing right away. don't have to wait 40 hours.
Bryce was a pallbearer for David. He's also a grave digger, I believe.
How do you...
Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult,
Bryce
unless
seems
you
like
pay the
type
right
to
people.
smuggle a body out. Bryce is a real fucking creep. I should tell Bryce that Claire says bodies. Why not? He's already a pervert and a thief.
Dr. Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth. I can take you to see him too, if you like.
Yeah, that's the
Would
thing.
you like to see David, Doctor?
Even, I would like to see David, because, yes.
Very well. In our next session. Sounds to me as if Dr. Dekker's murder was a spur-of-the-moment thing. If you were planning to kill someone, you'd bring a weapon with you, wouldn't you? I imagine that the paper spike made a very good weapon, though. It could look quite menacing, glinting in the moonlight.
Or use what's on hand, trying to commit murder?
So quick to jump to conclusion, Doctor. Obviously, I meant sunlight. How astute, Doctor. Yes, I did say I hadn't seen Dr. Dekker outside of our sessions.
Wait.
That wasn't a lie.
What do you mean I called
Our trip to the lake house was made during a session.
What did you call? Like, I do think you called it in terms of, like, Dr. Dekker was grooming them for their abilities, but I still don't think we know enough about why. Although I don't think I mentioned since you came in. The guy who found Dekker's body apparently said that there was some kind of creature coming out of his mouth when he found the body. So, like, Dekker had something supernatural, and they were talking about a sudden change in his personality. But I think Dekker might have been infected with something. Some kind of monster. Disease, something. But...
You tell me. What could possibly explain that?
But necromancy? I said necromancy to begin with, lady. Don't...
I assure you, David is not a ghost. I've touched him.
It's gross. Gross, lady.
Since I brought him back, I felt that there was something different about him. Something not quite right. I think it's his brain. But how ludicrous that you can bring someone back in the first place.
Yeah,
it's like that book, Pet Cemetery. Funnily enough, he does smell of earth, but that's because he spends most of his time out hunting.
Claire. Where is it? Claire, listen to me. I really gotta reposition these. They look better doing this. Don't reference Pet Cemetery when you know, if you've read Pet Cemetery, how that ended. Dead is better sometimes. Like, it's literally a line in the book. Like, don't bring the dead. Some things are better off dead. Like,
if David doesn't exist, then that means that I really did kill him. He really is buried, and I really should be going to prison for a very long time. That just doesn't seem right to me.
no, I can't see.
It's
why
more
you
probable
would
that
have
I
that person.
reanimated him under Dr. Dekker's guidance.
How is it's more likely that you perform necromancy? Oh, good luck on your test tomorrow. Yeah, this is kind of neat. I actually am really enjoying this, and I'm about to head out as well. But, like, I'll probably play it next weekend, too, if you're not doing anything. Pop on in. I'll probably do this next Sunday. 'Cause now I'm invested. You have a good night. Hope to see you sometime soon. Are you you have any plans to stream during the week this week?
I didn't speak to her this time. Something about her made me feel uneasy. I just watched her from the bedroom window.
I think
She'd caught a fish.
get that
She
girl
was
away
holding
from-
it in her hands.
Need to get that girl away from your zombie husband.
I wasn't close enough to see, but for all intents and purposes, it looked as if the fish bit her. 1, 2,
Lego Star
3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive.
Cool. Depending on what time you're on, I might try to pop in. I somehow used all of my data this month, so like I'm down to 2G while I'm at work. Hopefully, if I'm not at work, I'll pop in and I say hi. But enjoy your stream. Enjoy Lego Star Wars. If I don't talk to you, have a good night and good luck on your test tomorrow. Thank you again for stopping in. Actually, we've been going about 4 hours on the nose right now. I think I'm going to call it as well. I want to thank everyone who popped in, everyone who hung out, and who watched, all of the people who lurked. I want to thank Dapper for hosting me tonight. Really appreciate it. Go check out their channel. I'm actually going to quick keyboard swap real quick. Quick keyboard swap real quick. That made sense, Ralph. Good job. Words are hard. So that I can do a couple shout outs. Once again, if you are not following and checking out the Dapper Damon, not 100% trying to pronounce that, sorry.
I feel like I maybe snuck up on that person
They
just a little
are
bit.
an amazing person.
I feel bad.
And y'all should be checking them out.
Okay. Don't mind me, just punching people. Yeah, okay. I don't know where this is coming from.
Like, they
Hello?
are awesome, and
Hello?
y'all should check them out. As well as our new follower, W Nerd Logan, who always has a fun stream, so I'm going to shout them out again as well. I've popped in on them a couple times, so. But, like, definitely follow them. And my friend who just went to bed, Just Dread. Like, they stream fairly regularly. I don't think they have a set schedule right now because they're in school, but, like, y'all should check them out as well. This to get done. There we go.
Water bowl cam.
Puppy bowl.
Even be
All
guarding
right.
the water from other competitors, Steve.
I think you're right.
But go and check out and follow all those lovely.
Glaze isn't having any of it.
And now she's standing smack dab in the middle of the bowl,
So
claiming
adorable.
dibs on the remaining H2O. Unbelievable.
That's an expert.
That's a strategy right there.
By Glaze. And there's a flag.
And there's the
Let me see the flag
flag.
on the play.
Inspection. Oh yeah. These are.
But go follow all those wonderful. They are all. We are done for the night. We'll probably be back with another part of this next weekend. Next Sunday, I'll probably play it again, and because I'm really digging it. Really cool. And we'll be back again on Tuesday with the next part of Resident Evil, which I'm a bit out because I'll be real, not have much ammo in that game. We do not have a wealth of resources, and there's some hard parts coming. So tune in, watch me try my damnedest not die in that game. But once again, if you've enjoyed this, why not throw me a follow here on any of my social medias, like the TikToks, the Instagrams, Twitters. Or you can help me get to my follower goal right here. Follow me on Twitch. We'll be back again Tuesday. And you should tune in. I'd love to have you. Thank you much. Thank you everyone. Thank you for everyone who hung out. I greatly appreciate it. Or have a night.